Welcome, slammers, re-rollers, one-tricks. We are here with the OCE TFT Regional Finals. It's Dawn of Heroes, set 5.5, and we are down to the final day with 8 players, one of whom will go on to represent us on the world stage. My name is Genome, and today I'm here with Judge and Krams. Guys, how are you?
Doing well, Genome, although it helps if I can work out where in the world I'm sitting here. Still getting used to these virtual broadcasts compared to studio. Maybe one day I get to hold both of you beautiful gentlemen's hands while we talk about regional finals. But looking forward to jumping on today and catching some great TFT action.
How about you, Krams?
Yeah, me too. I'm here as a caster, but more so a fan. I'm really excited to see, who takes out that top spot and who we get behind going into the World Championship.
Yeah, I bet there's a lot of fans of these players. I'm sure they picked up some as these tournaments have rolled on. Of course, we started with a bunch, back in set 5 as we got our top 16 and then moved into this final weekend of play here. And, why don't we just have a look at the format to see where we've gotten to. It's one day left, but it can't hurt to just recap this quickly, guys.
Yeah, so simple format for day 2. We have 8 players remaining. and all of those players are going to be playing 6 consecutive games. The highest scoring player of those games is our Oceanic champion. So really simple to follow for all of those playing along at home and joining us on our broadcast today.
Oh, this is exactly what I love, right? And you don't miss any of the action, We're not jumping between lobbies wondering, if there's some amazing, for fun play happening in the other lobby that we're missing out on. No, we get to see all the action here on this final day with just the 8 players. And this is what they're playing for. So from 8th to 1st, there you can see everyone who's made it to today. It's been a bit of a slog, and they've already been rewarded with a minimum $400, moving all the way up to $1,400 there for first place. But Rams, talk to me about that first place bonus. What else are they walking away with, and how important is it?
Obviously, the winner is going to represent OC at the World Championship. They'll get the chance to, carry OC on their back. And obviously, there's going to be another prize for the World Championship. So they have a chance to, earn even more money. But, the real prize of today is that first place, getting that $1,400, but also a spot at World Championship.
Yeah, stacks on stacks on stacks if you make it there. Here are our finalists. And, let's go through them. Let's have a good chat about these guys because we've been able to see a lot of them from now. Some of them familiar faces, some of them not so much. But, guys, I want you to take me through this and maybe even give me some favorites who you think might be able to be that finalist today.
Look, I have been really enjoying seeing Chunga play, a big leaning towards that Vel'Koz composition as we saw yesterday. I like Vel'Koz, I like the disintegration ray, so let's get a lot of that happening today. Otherwise, Escher had a fair bit of a run and some dynamic gameplay, and I know, Kirims, you're a big fan of players who can pivot and who can pick up different comps and play them well.
Yeah, definitely. I love flex gamers, and Chubby Bunny, he's the one that took it out yesterday, and he played a different comp in every game. So he top 3'd in 5 out of 6 games, and every game was a different comp. So I'm looking forward to seeing, what comps he favors in game 1, where people might want to play a bit safe. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Uncle Chubby goes today.
Yeah, and some people have said that this is the most flexible the meta has ever been. There's so many options. Maybe some are better than others. But, that's the great thing about TFT. Once that happens, more people start going for the comp. It actually goes down in power, right? It's a bit of a sort of a self-balancing, core that TFT has there in the way that the gameplay works. So, as you said, some of these players being very flexible. Is there anyone that you think might be able to, just hone in on a specific composition and take themselves all the way up to the top with that?
I think that Admiration's one to watch. Admiration had some really good games yesterday and was able, kind of pivoting around Assassins and that really strong Nocturne unit, even when being handheld, but was able to pivot and make use of what was good and what was available to them in the items and what Mort was giving them in the shop. So I think they're going to be one to watch here. I always favor and always think that we're going to see best consistency out of someone that can really play to what the game is giving them, although Chunga seems to prove me wrong time and time again with that Vel'Koz force.
Yeah, obviously, Chunga, 4 out of 6 games yesterday with that Vel'Koz. He had a strong showing at MSI and had another strong yesterday. So will he just use Vel'Koz to, make it to Worlds? Looking forward to seeing, will he play that comfort pick today?
Yeah, and you've got some options there with Vel'Koz, right? You don't just have to go to the 6 redeemed anymore. There's also the A-bomb backing that you've got that sometimes I think even caps out a little bit higher. And I think the big introduction over the last patch or two has been that Spellweavers. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday. The fact that, the bonus is now uncapped. And especially if you're just sometimes, just adding in an extra spat and then going for Spellweaver, you can see some big spikes. Fiddle loves to be that the guy that takes the spat, whether it's a redeem spat, a Spellweaver spat, assassin spat as well. It just seems to transform him. But yeah, what do you think about that Spellweaver trade? I know you've been crunching some numbers, Judge, so why don't you tell us, was that a successful comp yesterday?
It was. So A-Bomb Vel'Koz was unbelievably successful yesterday. It was one of our most played. It was actually equal most played composition for the top 8. So I've just honed in my stats and my data on the 8 players that we have today. It was A-Bomb Velk and it was Assassins. Both played 9 times out of the 6 games each that these players had. So a lot of that A-Bomb Velkos, of course, was forced in by Chunga, almost 50% of those games. But it is a strong composition, and Spellweaver is really unlocking that. What I would like to see today is something a little different. It's something I've been enjoying, is stacking a brand early and using like a blue buff brand to really make great use of that stacking Spellweaver, and then get someone like a Vel'Koz, like a Zyra in early. As soon as you can hit that Vel'Koz, obviously look for that pivot, and you're still using the majority of the same units, and kind of just nurse another brand too on your bench. Make sure that he can be the early game carry using the monstrosity, using Scion in the mid game, and then Vel'Koz can take over with Vel'Koz items later.
Yeah, I think we did touch on a reroll comp of that at some point, just in theory yesterday, but we didn't actually see it come out. What were you going to say, Krams?
I was just going to talk on your Fiddlesticks point. Obviously, Judge mentioned that Assassins and Abomination Vel'Koz were the most popular comps. Both of them use Fiddlesticks. We saw a lot of different Fiddlesticks spats. We saw Assassin Fiddlesticks, Spellweaver Fiddlesticks. So definitely one of those units that shone yesterday with those spatches, and like you said, just evolved the Fiddlestick. And, we saw like 10k damage Fiddlesticks, highest damage dealing Fiddlesticks. So looking forward to seeing, if people value that unit again today.
Yeah, look, he's a bit of a chameleon, isn't he? You can kind of put him in any comp and it'll just take on the powers of that and let it shine through him. Anything else from your stat sheet there, Judge, that you want to bring up that is notable from the games we saw yesterday? And as you said, specifically, the players that have come through to today, the most successful players.
Absolutely. So having a look, there was a few comps that really were just players doing the best with what they got. So we saw Invoker Teemo was played once out of our top 8 finalists, meaning 2% of games was an Invoker Teemo. So that was really just making sure they used the best with what they had. There was a Heavy Ranger comp played yesterday, only once. So it was 4 Rangers. Out of our top 8. So there is still that little bit of flexibility in the meta, as we said, that they can move to these compositions, try them out. If it's working in the lobby, if it's the units they're being given, then really look to that strength early in mid game. One thing that I did find, and I asked both of you what you thought was one of the most popular traits in terms of a major trait, looking gold and above yesterday. And I found that 37% of the games yesterday, the major trait was Knights, which I thought was insane. That players really prioritizing late game, especially when we're looking at things like Knights Kale. We're looking at Knights Skirmishes as well, making use of Ironclad with Jax and Rel to really get that tankiness coming through. That reduced damage is so important, and the players really felt that. Abomination was one of the other major play traits that saw 10 games. Again, we saw a lot of that coming through from Chunga, but Assassin was right up there as well with, being this equal most played comp.
Yeah, it seems like, Revenant was a bit of the major frontline previously, and Knights and Ironclad, and, they've come in as well. Well, look, we're just about to get into game, guys. So quickly, we need you to put your lives on the line here. Who is your pick to win? Judge.
Chunga.
Params.
Chubby Bunny.
Okay, well, it's Father's Day, so I'm going Teemo's dad. And I think he's going to get a big buff from that. And he's quite likely to actually come through with the dub here. And there's absolutely no chance that all 3 of us, simultaneously cast a curse and do terrible like we did yesterday. So, really hoping that...
I mean, this is our best chance.
I just felt
3 out of 8,
yesterday,
surely one of us is successful.
Yeah, we've almost got half the lobby here. We just need another 5 casters and we can get a bit of a syndicate going. But it sounds like the players are loading in. Escher currently watching inspirational speeches to get himself pumped up. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw his cam at the end of yesterday, but when he got that first in the double KO, oh man, it was a great time, and he was obviously very happy to make it through. I'm so pumped here to get into that first carousel and see what these guys start picking. As you said, I feel like there's a lot of options at the moment, so with a wide, a flexible meta. Is it going to be someone who's honed their skills in something like, the A-Bomb Vel'Koz, or will we see one of those truly flexible players who can take whatever is given to them and run away and be OCE's victor today? We will find out very soon. Okay. I think we're just about to get into game. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at that first carousel. Oh,
my, okay.
That's just to start off
Spices
with.
here. Oh
Spatulas all round. Okay, all right, straight into the theory crafting, Karams. When you get a spatula, you can see Esh is happy about it. His dog's happy about it. Where are you going with that first spatula? What comps come to mind immediately that are, just so much more viable with a guaranteed spatula than without?
I mean, we talked about Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks loves a spatula, so will we see some assassins or maybe a Kale in this game? But as we see, the first thing typed in the chat is FFS. Not everyone's happy with the spat stuff, but I, for one, am excited to see, how people utilize the spatula.
Me too. What about Judge? Where would you be going with the spatula?
Honestly, I'm praying to Mort at this stage that I get a really nice item. I like this for Escher, alright? Already picking up a Kha'Zix and has Glove Spat. That's Assassin Spat. I love Assassin Spat. It is so versatile. You slap that on a Lee Sin and have Sin Lee. Like, that is so good. So, that's normally the way I'm angling. And if Mort favors me on this day and gives me Assassins, gives me early Pike, early Kha'Zix, slam. Slam a jammer.
And you know what? It's we talked a little bit about this yesterday when we saw someone make an Assassin Spat early, but it's so much more important in this game right here, where you can just be the first one to put that down, right? Like, you can just announce your intentions immediately by putting that spat and just slamming it and, like, absolutely forcing yourself to go in that direction. Do you expect anyone to sort of, be playing the mind games or just trying to alpha the others out of the way like that, Grams?
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see some mind games, a lot of scouting. You need to make sure, if you're going to slam a spat item, you need to see what other people are doing. So the good thing about a spat start, though, is it does give direction. So if you do see something like an assassin spat, you know exactly what that person's trying to do. So yeah, looking forward to seeing, what people prioritize. Will they slam it early? Will they maybe wait out another spatula and go for that force of nature? But yeah, scouting is going to be critically important in this kind of lobby.
I guess the other thing that we should touch on is, and this was a phenomenon that we saw yesterday, was everyone hates assassins. Like, it seems to be this, like, unspoken... There you go. Escher is going to be the
with
one.
The assassin Ziggs. Oh, yep. The Ziggs is just in the face of Varus and just throwing bombs. Oh my... Escher with the spice already.
And... yeah, I mean, Judge predicted it, right? He said, hey, he's got it ready there to go with the early Kha'Zix. Why not? But yeah, I just want to touch on the fact that yesterday we saw multiple people per lobby, like, specifically griefing Nocturnes out of the pool and trying to slow down that Nocturne 3 peak. Do you think we'll see that again? I mean, it's probably going to be top of everyone's mind because of how... because these spatulas have all come out so early, you don't even have to, like, scout around to see that. You just know it's probably going to happen at some point, Judge.
Look, absolutely. I think that holding... the power of scouting is massive. And if you're able to hold units to strip them away from people who have more power than you in the lobby, or people that you're expecting, look, they could spike and they could take over from me. I'm sitting in a solid top 4 position, but if 5th hits that Nocturne 3, I'm stuffed. Hold the Nocturnes. If you've got the gold for it and you can afford that, do it. It's, it's dirty, but do it. This is the championship, and everyone's got to pull out every trick. Don't pull any punches. Really go hard. So I think, we've seen it previously that it's common in other sets and, equally common in this set that if you get a 5-cost unit, you grab that and you hold that even if you're not running it. Because, one, it takes it out of the pool for yourself, so you can hopefully hit the 5-cost unit you're looking for, and 2, it prevents someone getting their essential carry. With the prevalence we saw of Kale yesterday, that's another thing that, you see a Kale in your shop, you're running Assassins, buy Kale, hold Kale.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I definitely think we're gonna see it happen again today. But is there it seems to be so targeted, right? Like, no one's holding Nidalees, no one's holding Misfortunes. Like, is it just that Nocturne is that good a composition to force everyone else to do that when you don't see that apart from maybe, you know, more generalized, yeah, like holding a 5 cost versus holding one specific unit?
I think it's really just Nocturne is the hard DPS carry of the Assassin comp. The others all fill their roles. Obviously, Viego extremely strong in having that capture and taking that. But when you look at Nocturne, the AoE that comes on that third strike, just the sheer damage that comes out from being an assassin and having Revenant as that secondary trait as well. It's also third cost. I was having a discussion with a friend of mine while watching yesterday. And third cost carry, that's really the only one in this set. You look at Kayle, Lucian, MF's the alternative to Nocturne, but you don't often see the MF carry comp. We only saw that less than a handful of times yesterday. I'll have to... Where's my sheet? MF came out 3 times from our top 8 players. So it's because Nocturne's so affordable, 3 cost carry, it's easy to just target that. Because if you don't hit Nocturne 3, it severely hamstrings that composition.
Yeah, what about some of the other alternatives there, Crams? I mean, you know, sometimes we saw some... I mean, yeah, Nocturne seems to do it by himself. Like, you know, you had, like, maybe Nidalee and Riven together, often trying to roll down for them both as a 3-star. Maybe Yasuo, as we're seeing, you know, with the Cav spat on him there, is also one we did see yesterday, a 3-star Yasuo at some point. But, yeah, why do you think they aren't getting targeted as much as Nocturne there, Crams?
Well, like you said, you know, no one likes playing against Nocturne, and it's just such a high, like a strong unit. It really affects your positioning late game, knowing that there's a level 3 Nocturne running around. So if you have the opportunity to grief such a high value unit like this, you're definitely going to do it. We've already seen 2 assassin spats, so it's really high value, really strong unit, really hard to position around sometimes. So just griefing that, slowing their power spike down will definitely help you cap and try and get stronger than they are in the late game.
Okay, so 2 assassin spats. It is going to be, you know, not only just contested by people who aren't even playing the comp, but someone else as well. Do you think with the assassin spat on the bench though, just ready to go, you know, the potential power spike of going up to 6 assassins, could that potentially take away from the fact that they might be hitting the Nocturne 3 a little bit later because of that?
Yeah, potentially, but I think, you know, Assassin's Spat's such high value, you get a unit, an extra unit that can get to that backline, do that extra damage. You know, we saw Assassin Fiddlesticks yesterday. That was incredible. I think we saw a few others as well, maybe a Lee Sin in there as well. But this Fiddlesticks, this Ziggs is really interesting. I don't think I've ever seen an Assassin Ziggs, but Escher pulling out the spice. I really enjoy it. But yeah, Escher's board looking really nice at Sejuani, providing really good frontline. Interesting to see, you know, how this Ziggs can deal damage coming up to this fight.
Yeah, I'd say I've seen him as like the assassin spat holder before myself, but I'm loving it. I'm loving the close range grenadier action.
It's so interesting. Like Ziggs, especially with this board, is such a great 2-star unit to make use of it. Right,
a streak
in that 2-star Ziggs, you're gonna get those spell crits happening. You're gonna get that extra damage. So I can see it. I'd really love a level 2 Nunu with Assassin right now. Like if Mort had just given Escher 2 Nunu, you could have Assassin backline Chomp. That ticks every box for me.
Mate, I love any composition that's got a Nunu carry. It's just it's just so satisfying. I mean, Hextech, Lifestealer on the Nunu. Oh, please. Make my dreams come true, someone.
As you mentioned, Escher's the one to do it because
yeah, for sure.
We're seeing the Assassin Ziggs. If it falls in Escher's lap, Escher's just going to do that for the meme, let alone
for the
how
memes,
strong that's going to be.
Yeah, like you said, like you alluded to, Genome, he did lose his streak, unfortunately. It's the worst feeling. You're on a 4 streak and you just lose that 5 streak. Finds the Nocturne. Obviously, Teemo's dad has 2 Nocturnes as well, so this will be a very hotly contested unit. So he'll be pretty happy to see it this early. Hopefully he can find a couple more throughout the stage.
Looks like he's trying to work out if he needs to go for 6. He's already on the lost streak. Maybe he's happy to just wait that out a little bit before he activates the 4 assassin trait. No, he's going to go up now. Trying to position Lee Sin. Obviously, Lee Sin, another great spat holder, and he's up against, that comp we were talking about before, or at least, the beginnings of it, the Spellweaver spat from Chunga.
Yeah, I'm
The
pretty sure
Spellweaver
everyone...
spat's really good.
Yeah, and everyone in this lobby knows Chunga's game plan at this point. And found the early Spellweaver spats, so we would think that would go on the Fiddlesticks later, but yeah, Chunga definitely playing his comfort first game in.
A lot of strength here in this comp for Escher right now. Lee Sin here and having the Assassin Spat, really, really good. But also the two Kha'Zix, you've got that Dawnbringer. Lee Sin also gets that added bonus of having Nightbringer from pairing with Sedge. Aphelios in the store is kind of fun, so maybe Escher will grant me my wish of Assassin Aphelios. Certainly not what he should be doing, as I see him pick it up. But it's just strong, and you're right, seeing that Spellweaver spat, we all know what Chunga's going to be angling for. We need to prepare for the Spellweavers to come out, and that's just another one adding to the pile. It means that Chunga can also, push that further, go for another level of Spellweavers and really boost that Vel'Koz's power.
So a couple of people yet to slam their spats, perhaps waiting and hoping for another one. Maybe they just want to go Force of Nature rather than one of these comps where you can get kind of, I'd say guaranteed value from the spat. I think especially compared to set 5. Set 5.5 has less slammable natural spats, with a lot of them going to the, forgotten the name, what's the other type of emblems?
The emblems. You have the spatulas and then the emblems from lessons.
Yeah.
Like that. Yep. Yeah, you're right. Last set there was a lot of them. So the players that haven't slammed it yet, they're going to play a bit slower, you would think. Maybe just try and see what is coming up on this carousel. As we see, Admiration's board looking really nice. A nice balance of frontline and backline. Judge has that early MF as well. What's he going to... He did play MF yesterday, but obviously with that Deathblade, probably a bit of a turn-off. How do you think this board will develop coming up to the carousel? And what items do you think you'll prioritize, Judge?
Look, there's a nice set of a pair of Knights here in the 2 Naught and the 2 Thresh. We've got Aurelia, so at the moment we're playing on Sentinel Knights, but we're 1 unit away from Skirms. Sentinel Skirm saw some play yesterday, and Knight Skirm did also. So Knight Skirm getting 6 games out of, it was a 12.5% play rate out of 8 finalists in yesterday's lobbies. So it could be a pivot that way. Could be looking for a Jax. Deathblade, not ideal there. Really, Deathblade at the moment is used on Aphelios and used on Kayle. They're the 2 main. You get the flex into Akshan. So could be positioning for either of those coming into a carousel. Maybe looking for a bow. Maybe looking to build into a Ginsu's. I can see Admiration hovering the fiddle there with the chain. Could be looking for the Cavalier spat. We've already seen one of them slam. Not sure where that would fit, but we'll have to see what Admiration prioritizes.
Look, I would love to see a Cav spat on a Jax. That's incredibly strong, even without any kind of CC reduction or mitigation. Jax's one of his main problems is just that sometimes he just takes a little too long waltzing around trying to find his way to the enemy. And once you get a Cav spat on him, man, oh my god, he just becomes an entirely different unit. And I think you can definitely, take that, take away maybe the Runans, maybe the Titans on him if you want to make him your main carry, and he can become very powerful just because of that, the extra damage reduction that he gets from that, as well as the fact that he doesn't even need his sort of the jump from his ult anymore. He's just zooming all over the place, getting straight to everywhere he needs to be going.
So this slam here of the Bloodthirster, now I fully understand why Admiration grabbed that. Could be looking for a Draven here. So Draven with Deathblade, with Bloodthirster, a lot of stacking damage coming out with the spinning axes. And given the Knights, given the Legionnaire tank carry that we've got in Aurelia in the front line, that all pairs really well with a Draven. So interested to see that. I thought maybe that Admiration was prioritizing spat item there, but certainly just building as is, and I think the spat is sitting here and just waiting to see what comes.
Okay, so we just saw what's the Radiant Blessing was. 2 items, Reforger, a little bit of gold, and we're getting a look at Admiration's Radiant choice now. He's leaning towards the Fist of Fairness. That does look good, potentially for either a Kayle or Draven, as you said, Judge. Zeke's Harmony, also quite a nice pickup. How do you feel about this one, Krams? Because I always feel like it's almost like a 4th item for your carry if you go for the Zeke's Harmony. Do you favor that?
Yeah, I always like the utility Radiant items. When I first started playing the set, I tried, Trap Claw and the Zeeks. I like Zeeks, I just don't think it's as high impact as some of these other ones like this Hand of Justice. But yeah, Zeeks is definitely an item I'm not unhappy with picking, but usually there are better items, unfortunately. But I do think the item is quite nice.
I haven't done the math on it, but considering like the choices in that shop were Zeke's and Fist of Fairness is giving that percentage healing anyway.
Yep.
So the lifesteal isn't, especially looking at the composition that Admiration's going for there. I'm assuming with the Draven that you don't need that 10% lifesteal if you're slaying Fist of Fairness with a Bloodthirster, with Deathblade, really looking for just high impact burst single axes. Could get great value out of the attack speed, and I'm not sure kind of like, over the time of the fight, I don't have the quick math to work that out, which one's technically going to pay off better in terms of short term and long term, but my gut feeling would be the Fist of Fairness. I love Zeke's Harmony, I think it's great, but Fist of Fairness provides that extra damage immediately. Both the AD and the AP scaling works well to pair for Draven, and then you've got that healing. Great item pickup.
Yeah, maybe if you find one of those compositions where you have multiple carries, where you can fit in, say, a Jax and an Akshan, where you're getting multiple, like, high value, use out of that Zeke. But as you guys say, sounds like it was the Fist of Fairness, and you can absolutely understand why that was the pickup. Gauges on 4-1 just hit Kayle 2. Okay. All right, buddy.
Okay, he had 1 and an Eco, so maybe he went 8 and rolled, or just got extremely lucky. I don't know, but a Kayle 2 at 4-1, like you said, that's just going to accelerate the pace of this lobby incredibly. Wow.
That said, I think we actually saw a game yesterday where Gauges got a very early Kayle 1, maybe even a Kayle 2, and then he actually lost like 2 in a row and went out. So we'll see if the surrounding units are a little more helpful to him this time.
Strong comp there from Admiration. Now that we're watching Chunga, of course, things going as expected. Negatron Cloak here would be a great pickup. So would the Giant's Belt. You could go for the D-Claw on the front line. And I think this Scout here would find Chunga's trying to weigh up, is a D-Claw worth it for the Magic Resist and for that Meteorite? Or is it going to be the Zephyr to target someone? It's going to go for that D-Claw. And I like this on Kled. Personally, I prefer to stack someone like a Hecarim or even a Sedge as my tank carry, but Kled works just as well. Still a Cavalier, still going to be firing off and trying to get that damage out. The only reason I really like Hecarim as the tank carry is because Hecarim's got that inbuilt self-healing with the cast. So not only tanky, but able to replenish. It's kind of that wombo combo, and you do get that passive healing from the Radiant Bramble Vest as well.
Yeah, is he maybe waiting for a rel? Is that what we're looking for here, Krames? It does seem, probably less than ideal to be running that on the Kled at 4-2.
Yeah, just hasn't found a better option. Just playing it a bit slower. Obviously, hasn't found that Belcos yet either. Probably going to go on something like an Ivan, potentially. The Kled is okay. But like we mentioned yesterday, we saw a few Kleds. It does tend to fall off at this stage of the game, but I don't think he's going to mind. He's on that 2-loss streak. My guess is he will go level 8 after Carousel, most likely, after he gets that Blessing Stimmy package, and then, really look to cap his board at that point.
Well, Timo's dad now down to 11 health as one of those assassin players. We're going to have a look at Peanut, who I think we saw recently. He's sitting up on 6 Sentinel. He's got that Archangel's Galio we talked a little bit about yesterday. Still yet to use that spatula. And he's on the top of the lobby, guys.
Magnetic Remover sitting in pocket as well. That's really cool. Only spatula item available right now is Hellions with that bow on the bench, so not what you want given the Sentinel comp. Peanut played Sentinel yesterday, Game 5. Timo's dad also played Sentinel in that game. The primary carry for Sentinel comps is this Lucian. Having the Death Blade with the Ginsus is great because the culling scales both off of AD and off of attack speed. So this will be really nice to see. But need to hit a Lucian 2. We know that Lucian 2 is elsewhere in the lobby, so really going to be struggling to find those extra 2 units to power this up. Assassin Fiddle here as well. Love to see it for Teemo's dad.
Well, he certainly needs to stabilize. So the 2-star Fiddle helping him out a little bit. You can see he didn't quite make the 3-star Fiddle yet. There's another Spatula. That could be a force of nature coming around for someone. It's going to be Gages to pick it up. Can't remember if he'd slammed already. He was the one playing Kale.
Gage is playing Kale's cool. Only person out of our top 8 to play Redeemed Kale yesterday. Everyone else was Knights Kale. So it would be good to see with a scout of Gage's what the primary of that comp is a bit later on. But Gage is primarily being an assassin one trick, especially yesterday, 4 out of 6 games. So we'll have to see if that's a fun slam for Gages, and also what we get. Big shop here for Peanut with the Galio 2, Lucian 2 with an extra Lucian on the bench. So nice to see. Has the option with the F Sword for the GS, and I love this slam. Gonna get through those tank units on the front lines quicker.
Yeah, he seems to be one of the best users of the Giant Slayer, as well as that Luminous Deathblade he's rocking there. This Lucian now starting to look pretty damn scary. Peanut is sitting at the top of the lobby, so, I mean, yeah, with a big spike like that, you'd have to feel like he's got top 4 in the bag, would you say, Krams?
Yeah, definitely. Finds his carry pair and his tank pair, so he'll be feeling really nice. So now he has to make a decision. Am I strong enough to go 9? Going 9 is, a good win condition. Get access to Bedians, but unfortunately just can't take down that Vel'Koz. Couldn't quite take down that down. But yeah, will he go 9, or does he think he needs to roll a bit more? He does have his main tank, he does have that Lucian, but he's got to scout, make a decision, make a really important decision about, what units do I need, and should I just go 9?
Positioning there was so troll as well. Lucian kind of throwing that fight for Peanut because the unit had to try and reposition so much to have the culling actually hit. It's the catch-22 of positioning with Lucian into a Vel'Koz, that you don't want to be opposite the Vel'Koz because that first cast is really going to hurt. But at the same time, if they've placed units on the opposite corner, you're going to be facing the wrong direction to be able to get enough damage out. So kind of needs to get more out on the board, and hopefully this Galio can do a little bit more as well. Not going to happen against the Assassins, though.
No, and you can see he's preempting that, right? There's 2 assassin players in this lobby, so all of these players are thinking long and hard about how to get around that, with both Teemo's dad and Escher on that train. So you can see he had the Galio all the way at the back there, but even that, correct positioning against the assassins wasn't enough to get him there. Oh, the Viego.
Yeah, it goes really nice.
Still needs a Diana.
He's going to roll a little bit here just so he doesn't, he wants to roll down Spike, so he's rolling a little bit now. So he has as much time next turn to roll down as well. So he's got to make decisions on items. He's got to, really start spiking now before, he takes too much more damage. So I think we're going to see a big roll down here. Needs to, really start capping his board out now.
Ooh. Assassin action. Okay, another Nocturne. There's the Diana. Okay, that's great. Makes a couple of pairs. Extra Revenants. There's plenty of good things happening for Escher right now. Reposition, so he gets the correct items on his Fiddlesticks there. The Earth Angels. Okay, talk to me about this one. Because, Fiddlesticks isn't someone who casts all that often. So what do you think about the Earth Angels staff on the Fiddlesticks, Crames?
I love it. I mean, obviously, he's not the best user of it, but that extra AP with that Assassin's Badge just going to provide an extra source of damage. Obviously, he doesn't have that Nocturne 3. And as you can see, just tears past the entire team with that 6 Assassin buff as well. And the 3 Revenant. 5.7k damage. This Fiddle's going to hurt. And, he does need another damage source. He only has a Nocturne 2. So if he wants to try and win this lobby, he's going to need to find another threat. And I think he's found it.
It's lit. It looks like he's still sort of just barely looking for Nocturnes. We saw that Teemo's dad was a little bit closer. He was running two-star Nocturnes there. So a little bit closer than Escher is to capping that out. But at least he's got the 6 now, and he's even managed to fit that Gwen in there as well. He's got a lot on his board, a lot of items on the side as well. Surely he needs to slam these. Quick smart.
I'm really, I just had a bit of a look into this fiddle with the Earth Angels, and really, like, because there's no extra cast, it's not the most efficient, but it's capitalizing on getting that extra mana, extra AP for this first cast. You know, the IE is pivotal here because it increases that crit chance, so you've got 6 Assassin Fiddle, who is guaranteed to crit on the cast and crit with all the damage. So that's the big boost, and then that damage is only being multiplied again by that extra mana on Fiddle. So not ideal, I think, given the math I've just done. 60% maximum mana, Fiddle's got 125, so you're looking at a good 60 mana. Really, Rabadons would be more ideal if you're looking to boost the AP here, but given items, it's a perfectly good item to be putting on Fiddle, and this is going to be a lot of heavy damage moving into the late game now at 5-3.
Yeah, and you got to remember, at 6 Assassins, you're almost at 100% crit anyway, right? So the IE there is almost just translating into pure damage with the extra. There you go. You got to look at that.
295.
So is that 295% crit damage there? So, you know, yeah, the initial damage isn't that much, but plus 300% is doing pretty well. But unfortunately, revives in the middle of a disintegration ray and almost immediately disintegrates. Wow,
This carousel's interesting with an assassin spat. So already at 6 assassin, could be looking to get another core unit and use that.
Oh, blue buff Viego.
Something different.
I think he's already got one Viego on the bench,
Yes.
right? So that's a huge pickup. I mean, blue buff on Viego, one of his best items. So not only that, but the level 2 upgrade. Yeah, I mean, I think best in slot Viego tends to be either Quicksilver or GA, then plus RFC plus blue buff. And, you know, you don't often get to itemize him like that because you're just never sure if he's going to show up or not. But, man, when he starts getting 2, maybe even 3 of those items, can be a force to be reckoned with.
The assassin comp is just so good when you look at each of these units, not including Fiddle. Obviously, Fiddle with an assassin spat's great, but there's so much utility to go alongside the damage that you get from a Kha'Zix, from a Nocturne. You've got Pyke with that linear stun. You've got Diana with her radial stun and her displacement. You throw a Frozen Heart on her and it's even more broken. It's so much utility to come out of them. You pair it with Revenants, so you get that Ivern with Daisy. Ideally, you get a Volley Bear for a massive radial knock-up. Very strong composition, and that's why so many players are so terrified of it. We see Chunga getting another win here with the Vel'Koz, the classic. The Vel'Koz Spellweavers. It's Peanut that's going to fall. Peanut running that 6 Sentinel. Had, as I mentioned, did it yesterday. Certainly trying to make it work today with this comp, but Lucian's a bit rough. So,
Teemo's dad and Chubby Bunny got knocked out last round, and then it was Gage's as well. So, was that? I think he was reforging, potentially, trying to find something useful, maybe a Cav Spat, something like that. He's still got this original spatula on his board, but Peanut just says, nah, mate, don't need it. He's already almost made top 4 with this 6 Sentinel board, putting the Mystics in as well. But yeah, it just felt like Escher was really going, you know, heavy on that Fiddlesticks because he knew he couldn't count on the Nocturne 3 due to the contest. Teemo's dad's out now, but it's almost too late. He doesn't really have the economy to be looking for that.
Absolutely. And this is an interesting pairing here. Admiration being knocked out. So there's your top 4, Peanut making it in, but Admiration playing a very similar board to Peanut. And there can only be one, as they say. Now level 9, we're going to be seeing upgrades. So looking for that Gwen upgrade. We're looking for that Rel. Looking for Rakan. Really to cap out here. And one more Pyke as well. Just to get a Pyke 2 is always nice. So Titan's Resolve here. Great on Galio. Now picking that up from the Dragon. And Arfs with the Nightbringers, a build that is one of my personal favorites. I love this Yasuo. That is disgusting.
Yeah, Assassin's Fat Yasuo. No Assassin in though, but this board's looking kind of nice. Fine, see Ashkin. I'm not sure if he needs that, but yeah, we didn't see too much Yasuo yesterday, so nice to see him. He's one off. Needs to find this last Yasuo. There it is. That's going to be a big spike for him. Hopefully, will that change the outcome of this game? Has the Nightbringer spat as well, so definitely in a nice spot to, try and push those wins. Just got to position properly. There's a lot of hazards running around. Definitely needs to get away from that Viego if possible. Needs to make sure he's positioned well against the Vel'Koz as well. Not sure who he's up against, so it will be... Oh, looks like he's solved the Lucian, Peanut. Right? He had a Lucian, now he has an Aphelios. Level 2 Aphelios. Interesting choice there. Fortunately for Peanut, it is on the opposite side, so can this Yasuo get in? This Yasuo is just deleting everything, actually. I was a bit skeptical whether it could get to it, but look at it. Just take down everything in its path. Wow, 7.5k damage and just eviscerates Peanut's board.
The thing with this Yasuo, like, the Cavalier giving so much mobility and also tank, like, that damage reduction. You've got the RFC, which is an essential item, and rather than going the jeweled gauntlet for crit, trying to get, like, that true damage critting, we've got the Radiant Rabadons, right? Which is insane. At a 3 Yas, that means that it's roughly 110 true damage being added to autos every cast. You've got a Zeke's there as well, plus the Trap Claw. That Yasuo terrifies me because there's so much utility built around it and so much true damage that it's going to carve through a Knights comp. It's going to carve through a tank comp with, Redeemed or Brawlers. So that's phenomenal.
2 Chalices as well, Judge. Add that onto your calculations. He wasn't... the last round, he didn't actually position it next to the Sejuani, but this round, I think he was going to. So it's just getting buffed in all sorts of directions here. Escher still in this, but we've got 4 players left in the lobby. The double Shojin's Vel'Koz is casting every second here, but can it take down that Yasuo who... He's just doing unreal amounts of damage. And like we were talking about before, where you've got, a Jax with a Cav spat, Yasuo's kind of the same, right? Like, sometimes just waltzing around a little bit too much, and the Cav spat just takes away those kind of cases where he's not making it to his target in time.
Yas at the end there just clapped the Vel'Koz for 300 true damage, and that wasn't a crit. Like, that's obscene. Amounts of damage, and having a look at a replay. Oh, the cruel.
Is that?
Poor Escher. That's Peanut. Escher won, absolutely clutched in the final game, using Cruel yesterday. So to have that come against Escher.
So the Cruel karma comes back to bite him. That is so tilting. Hopefully he keeps his cool and, positions well with his assassins to try and win this lobby. That is really unfortunate. So he comes up against Arfs. I think he has the damage, but Viego's getting CC'd a little bit. Viego does go down. Can the Fiddle find a way to deal with this? I don't think he can. This Yasuo is just doing too much damage, too much frontline, and unfortunately Escher does go out in 3rd place. And we're down to 2 coming up to this carousel.
Yeah, that Fiddle trolled so much with positioning. It had the Lee Sin come in and slow the auto attack speed with the ground pound. So Fiddle was putting out, I think, maybe half attack speed, so didn't get to cast. The cast was very shallow, only really affected that 1 unit. If it was 1 hex to Escher's left, then it would have basically wiped the board. So it's just really unfortunate here. But we are left with a very strong final 2 between Arfs and Peanut.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to seeing, how this board deals with this Yasuo. This Yasuo is so strong. That Hellion Ashkin is actually interesting. I like that. That's going to be really important to shred that armor and really try and make sure this Aphelios can, kill the key targets in this comp.
Okay, switching everything around at the last moment. It's Peanut's last chance. He's got the Teemo on the blind side there, trying to fire some mushrooms and keep that Yasuo locked down. The first lot don't hit him. He's still tearing away here at max speed. He's got 2 Banshees next to him, so that's a lot of CC reduction. Should he get there? The action, no, it's going to get one shot. And unfortunately, oh man, that Rel was so close to going down. If he had got that, he would have won with the Cruel, but doesn't make it to the 1v1.
It was super close. Cruel buff is really a quiet carry for these players. So we love to see it come through when it does. But I'm just really happy. I didn't mention at the start, but I loved Yasuo comps. I really enjoyed when Yasuo Nightbringers had strength in the meta. And it's nice to see that work in our first game of tonight. Yasuo's not very contested, so hitting that Yasuo 3 was achievable. But really, it was the Cav spat, and it was that Radiant Rabadons coming through with amazing strength.
Yeah. Anything that caught your eye, Crimes?
That was enjoyable. Cav, Yasuo was really enjoyable. First game, we didn't see too much Yasuo yesterday, so like Judge said, I'm really excited to see it come out and win a game on the first game of the day. So we'll have to see what other comps we can pick out today.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's game 1 down, guys. We've got 6 tonight. So make sure you stick around. We're just going to go for a quick break now, but we'll be back very shortly when we get to see who wins and becomes OCE's champ. Welcome back. Game 2 of the OCE TFT Reckoning Dawn of Heroes Regional Finals coming up. It's presented by Riot and Order. All right, we've had a look at the scores there. Arps taking out that first game in a close one with Peanut. And then Escher, not so bad with that early Assassin Spat Slam. Much better, certainly, than Timo's dad, who held hands all the way to 7th, unfortunately. Grams, how's your pick doing?
Yeah, unfortunately, the caster curse of Kiram strikes again. I predicted Chubby Bunny, and he's gone 8th. Hopefully he can turn things around for the final 5 games. He's a good player, so I think he'll get back on the horse, for sure.
Yeah, and how about your pick, Judge?
Well, look, I had Chunga with Mr. Consistent on the Vel'Koz A-bomb yesterday, and in 4th at the moment, just behind Escher, so really confident with that pick. Of course, we're talking about the top 8 in the region, so we know this could go any way between them, especially only after game 1.
All right, well, we're ready to get into game 2, so let's check it out. Not expecting another spatula. What is it, like 0.5% or something that start is? Where everyone gets one, as you can see. Not the case this time. And we're just having a look at some of the early creep rounds.
I love looking at these. I think while some may think there's not a whole heap of value because we're not really progressing, I think that understanding, are they getting economy start? Are we getting coins out of the creeps? Are we getting, 3-cost units that could direct game flow for the early game and what units they're looking for? I think it's so valuable.
Absolutely, right? I mean, how you go in just making those decisions of your first kind of board can be a massive difference, right? I mean, I certainly see huge, sort of dips in my play once I work out a new way to sort of flex with early units. And watching these guys, they're the best. They're the best, right? They'll show you exactly how to do it. So it looks like it's a skirm start so far for us.
Hey, Karames, talk to me about Cannon, because I feel Cannon is so madly underutilized.
Underrated, yep. I agree. I think Cannon's utility, particularly in like an early skirm or even like an early Hellion start like this, is so underrated. He can tie up that back line, give you time for the skirms to stack up. It's just, I really like the unit. Particularly after, we saw Pantheon get removed and things like that, and Trundle. So I just think Cannon is a staple in an early skirm board for sure.
I mean, he did pick up some big nerfs when, the Rat's composition was at its height. And I think that's maybe when he started to fall off a bit because, obviously, yeah, as you guys say, his utility is almost all entirely in the fact that he's got that big team-wide stun if it hits correctly. But sometimes if it doesn't go off, as they have increased his maximum mana, he can really fall by the wayside. But here you can see, it doesn't manage to stun the Vayne, and that actually might be the end of it.
It's a rip with the way that Kled dismounting interacted then, because it removes targeting, but then was technically further away from Cannon than Vayne was when that target acquisition comes up for the second part of the cast. So really unfortunate. And you're right, did cop a lot of nerfs. I think that rod needs to be absolutely slammed on Cannon right now for the Morellonomicon, because this is where I think there's still great value in Cannon. If you have Cannon playing on a far side of the board, as we see here on the left, gets to have that target acquisition and really hoping to just go left to right and target everyone. Cannon goes through their target and then goes to the furthest away. So apply that burn. It's a massive healing cut. It has great dot. And, early game, the more healing cut you can have to prevent some of the early healers, like your Vlads, we've just seen 2 of them there, the better, I think.
Yeah, so that's how it works. Krams, why don't you talk to us about what's the best way to position your Cannon to get the most out of that ult?
I like putting him second row. He can attack the front line, help, get through that, but he can also apply burn to them and then get to the back line there. But yeah, as you said, I think we spoke about it yesterday. Morello is an interesting item. What's its place in the meta? But I think a lot of rigid players might have taken the rod there and just slammed a Rage Blade and said, I'm going to play a meta comp. But he's like, nope, I'm going to slam Morello. It's my strongest option. I have a strong user of it. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, how he utilizes that item going into the late game.
It will be interesting. At the moment, we're having a look at Admiration, who's, he's over 10 gold already. Looking like he's going to take the eco route. Hasn't pumped any of that precious resource into leveling just yet as we get to the natural level up on 2-3. So he's already got a Revenant. Don't know if we got that from the store or not. I think, wait, can you even get 3 costs on level 3? I'm failing to remember.
Yeah, 15%.
That's level 4.
15% here.
It's level 4, so maybe pre-leveled for it. Maybe he found it as a unit,
Yeah.
but yeah. Obviously, Nocturne is a huge comfort pick for Admiration. I think he played it 2 or 3 times yesterday. Very comfortable on this. He's also comfortable lose streaking. Unfortunately, he wins that fight. Probably not what he wanted, but yeah, I can definitely see him taking this Nocturne into the mid to late game for sure. Definitely a comfort for him.
Yeah, first game yesterday was Sins for Admiration, and so was game number 4. So changed it up through every other game. We did see Knights have a prevalence with Kale and a Knight Skirmisher for game 6 for Admiration. So yeah, look, I think just playing to avoid being dizzy. I think that's such a big thing for players as well, is to go to their comfort picks if you're not being handheld, if you're not being forced off of it, and you're also not hard forcing it, just trying to make it work. Be comfortable, feel it out, but don't do that for too long. We've only got 6 games.
All right, you see a lot of players leveling up there on 2-5. Most of them hoping to continue their streaks. Gauges, the early level 2 Kale really failed to get him anywhere last game, crashing out in 6th place.
Now back with Escher doing a scout, doing the Lord's work for us, and Escher's sacking here. But this is really cool. So, hoping not to lose too hard, but does want to get this Vein 3 clapping.
He does, but he's got a 2-item Yasuo up against him that's not really going to allow him to save much HP there. He's happy with that, as long as he can get that pick that he wants and potentially just keep rolling on those veins. Obviously, yeah, committing pretty damn early to that, but I guess that's how Vein Reroll works.
Yeah, he's already got 6 Veins, so definitely an option to play Vein Reroll. We saw it a little bit yesterday, did okay. He can't make 40 here, so he is going to have to play Strongest Board now. Definitely wants to keep this loss streak, though, so it'd be interesting to see if he keeps these 4 units. Depends if he thinks he can win. I'm not sure if he's versed Teemo's dad yet. If you want to keep a loss streak going, you want to look at the other players, see, okay, can I beat them? Do I want to beat them? So it wouldn't surprise me if he does sell these 2 units. That's exactly what he does. Just to psych out Teemo's dad, saying, you know what, I'm the one that wants the loss streak, so now he's going to lose, break Teemo's dad's loss streak, and go and have a 4 loss streak going into neutrals.
Yeah, I mean, Teemo's dad obviously not a strong board, but yeah, 2v4, Escher plays it well. As you say, the mind games there. He knows that these other players are professionals, are the best in OCE. They're going to be scouting him and using that information against them. As a result, though, he loses a lot of health, but that's how Open Fort works, right? You're down to 66 after
so
stage
now's the
2.
danger. He's got to make sure he does not die here. You know, sometimes when you Open Fort, you misjudge your strength at Krugs, but I think he should be fine with these 2 Veins. Has the Forgotten in now as well. That Hecarim's going to be hard to kill, so... And now he's picked up another Vein, so, you know, he has 7 Veins now. He's 2 off. He's going to start rolling soon. His Power Spike is definitely going to come. I just hope, you know, he doesn't bleed too much more.
Yeah, 1 off, right? I know.
Yeah.
You
Where's
sometimes
my calculator? Where is my calculator?
You know what it is? It's because like the 2 Vein 2s are sitting side by side, but the one with the Runans on it looks like it's twice the size of the one without.
Yep, thanks for the save there.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, though.
It's yeah, I don't know why they do that, but it's like is she standing on top of the bow? Is that what makes her taller than the other Vein?
It's the cloak.
There it is.
It's all about the cut of the cloak.
Very nice. Barely had to roll, so he's got to play Strongest Board now and start, you know, building towards that Forgotten Power Spike. Really, really nice. Didn't see too much of Vein yesterday, but, you know, he found them early, he open ported, and, you know, now he's in a great spot.
This is awesome. You can see he's getting ready to put the Guinsus Rageblade there as well. But yeah, I mean, that's so often the trick in these reroll comps, right? Is like if you have to sit at the lower level for too long trying to find and force that composition, it gets a bit ugly. But Escher at 3-1, ready to continue. Now that he's already found that key piece, he's got the ranges there as well. That's going to help in the meantime while he doesn't have the attack speed steroid from the Rageblade.
It's also great that it's just been able to pick up an Ashe for the Rangers, not a Varus. You're going to get that extra utility from the Ashe arrow. He's grabbing the Varus as well, and picks up the Jax here for a second. We'll get a Draven in for good measure. I'm a bit scared of this board right now. Hits the 2 Leona, so really building a tankier front line for... Oh my god, 2 Nort. This is very tanky front line. And that Draven going to offer just such great damage. We'll swap for a pony.
Yeah, really strong. Unfortunately, I think he was looking for Thresh, trying to get that 4 Forgotten, but he just found everything else. He found this Norlis too, he found the Draven even, so... Does want the Thresh ideally, which would give him, you know, that Knights and open up 4 Forgotten as well. But for now, he's just going to put in the Sejuani, realizing, you know, that 3 Knights probably not... 3 Forgotten is probably not the play. Draven's not going to do a whole lot of damage. Just need to get that frontline sorted. Allow Vayne to do her job.
This is what we love about Escher, right? You know, he's a lateral thinker. His mind is always open. He's ready to take that next comp and make it happen. So despite not hitting what he wants to, he hits what he needs and just makes the best of it. So still waiting on the early slams. That's probably the one piece of this composition that's, you know, he's really... maybe a little bit worried about. He's not going to be, you know, with how much he's spiked already with that that Vayne 3-star, you're wondering if he's, you know, he probably won't get first pick here on the carousel, right? And he does need that bow.
Yeah, definitely wants that Rage Blade. Would be a huge spike for this Vayne. If he doesn't get the bow, he will be relying on the Radiant item and potentially, or just waiting it out. But yeah, the earlier he gets it, the quicker his power spike will be, and the stronger he'll be throughout this mid-game.
Just so much true damage coming from this Vayne early, and it's going to continue to destroy frontline comps moving into the mid-game. Want to see what Escher gets from Radiant Armory, but we'll have a look at Peanut, our champion from last game. I'm pretty sure that photo was only taken 3 days ago for the player profile, so great to see the young ones embracing TFT. But a good board for Peanut as well. So looking at that Skirms, looking at Sentinel Legionnaire, we've got that early Jax as well. Really liking the position there, even though Peanut did just lose a round to
Escher got the bow, by the way.
Yep, so Escher does have that Rage Blade now. It's going to be a big spike for his board. He's in a really nice spot. Probably that means he can, you know, prioritize more of a tanky Radiant item. Really looking forward. Obviously, a lot of the players will start thinking about, okay, what Radiant item do I want? Do I want a tanky item? Do I want some sort of damage? Obviously, for Peanut here, he's already got 2 damage items. Wouldn't surprise me if he does, if there is a high, you know, really top tier, high impact tank item that he will value that. But, you know, interested to see what he goes for next stage.
Do you think he's going to hold on to this Jax, or do you think the Rageblade says this is merely an item holder for him, Krams?
Not a huge fan of Rageblade Jax. Obviously, something like a Last Whisper is a bit better. Bloodthirst Rageblade is a bit better on Aphelios and Kayle, things like that. And not a huge fan of it on Jax. So but definitely a good item holder. You know, 4-cost unit, has the Skirms in, has the Sentinel frontline as well. Yeah, this is the key. What's he going to go for? This will definitely give me more information about, you know, what he's thinking in the late game.
It's just nice to have compared to slamming those on Olaf as an example. Someone that can really benefit, but, you know, it's Jax, while the Ginzu's is inefficient. Oh, we get Escher here.
Oh, that QSS is tempting. He's going to scout, see how much CC is running around, but I really like this item. Huge fan. Wouldn't surprise me if he takes it all. I can't quite remember the other options. He is win streaking. Titans is also a reasonable option. I think the QSS is just a bit too tempting.
Yeah, but that Rabadon's Damn it! I'm so greedy because I just want to see Vayne have unfathomable amounts of true damage, and that Rabadon's Ascended death cap is just, to me, it's so satisfying. Absolutely the far better play. We'll watch Vayne pop off, not being subject to CC, so definitely the right choice. Just makes me a little sad.
She's not Kale Judge. Okay, I know you want like that much true damage out of a 1-cost unit, but you're not gonna.
Isn't that sad? Can you imagine 1-cost unit versus 2-star 5-cost unit? Which one has more true damage? I can dream. Genome, I can dream.
Well, who knows? Maybe we'll get to see that matchup later. It feels like there's always a Kale player somewhere in the lobby with all of these Rage Blade slams. It feels like all paths inevitably lead to at least one Kale player in the lobby. And you saw there was a Guinsoo's Reckoning there. Slammed on, I think it was a Yasuo for one of the players. Here's that brand we were talking about. So we've got the blue buff Morellos on the bland. There, so... Sorry, wasn't trying to, cast any aspersions on brand's quality as a party goer there, but...
Bland rocks up and is sipping on ginger ale, standing in the corner. Is that what you're trying to say here, Genome? Not really keen on being involved.
Look,
I think it's
in COVID times where you've got to restrict your parties to 10, 15 people, Judge. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Maybe he's not my first choice.
Very fair. We've got this 1% Kale that Admiration's grabbed. Got 2 of them. Sorry, just sitting on the bench here. Bit of a question mark to alert that to the rest of the lobby. Maybe we get Assassin Kale coming in here. Souls them! Okay, just wanted to flex them for a bit. Look, Assassin Kale's certainly not a tech I'd recommend, given that you need to keep Kale away from damage. But Knock here, i.e. Last Whisper, amazing items. Just need 3 more Nocturnes to be able to push that to that.
Assassin
There is
Spat!
the Assassin Spat.
Whoa.
Huge pickup there. Has the Spatula, can make that Sin Spat. Has 6 Nocturnes as well, so he's very close to just exploding in this game at 40 health, but I think if he can hit everything, he's going to be in a really good spot. Finds the Fiddlesticks. That Assassin Spat's going to get slammed on it. Really nice. So this board's looking really nice. Puts in the Galio, realizing he doesn't really need 5 Assassins. Going to put that Locket down as well. But yeah, if he can find this Nocturne 3 and this 6 Assassins, he's going to be in a great spot to win this lobby.
Yeah, he's going to have to wait a little bit, though. You often see this with the Assassin players. They roll down. They don't find the 3-star Nocturne, and all of a sudden they kind of have to play 2 Nocturnes just to make it work while they eco up or perhaps even donkey roll and make their way towards that big spike they're looking for. Still, at 4-2, 6 Nocturnes, probably a good place to be.
Absolutely. And look, we also see that Frozen Heart, the Radiant Frozen Heart on Diana, super strong and great, item spread here across that comp. So I'm really looking forward to see where Admiration ends up, coming after Raptors. See, what strength there is. Has Admiration been able to hit that Nocturne 3? Get that Viego in, get 6 Assassin. Plenty of opportunity there.
Okay. Going up to Escher, who's hot on the win streak right now. Who's that? Timo's dad once again down the bottom of the lobby. Fortunate him. Now we've seen Escher go up to level 7 here. He's found that Rel, and you can see he's doing pretty well on the trait front. Level 2 Misfortune. Lots of protection there for the Vayne on top of that quickest silver, which is allowing her to do well above the required amount of damage there to win that scuffle. And he's just looking fantastic right now. Obviously, it does start to fall off a bit, but Krams was saying yesterday, through stage 5, Vayne can be effective.
Yeah, we talked about, this will be his strongest power spike. He is win streaking. We talked about how that Rage Blade is going to pretty much solidify his mid game. Obviously, it can fall off. Hopefully, he can find ways to cap. Obviously, we saw 8 Forgotten yesterday. I'm not sure if that will happen again, but yeah, really really key positioning as well. Obviously, he does have that QSS, but he was aware that Assassins was in his rotation, and he made sure that Vayne was as far away from that Nocturne as possible. Keeps his win streak. That little bit of positioning and awareness, is a huge impact at this stage of the game.
An 8 win streak. That's a hell of a time here for Escher. He's going to actually use the Chalice there in the end. Okay. He's got the IE left to go unless he wants to just wait until Raptors, see what happens. And with the Vayne 3, it feels like, whatever he slams now probably isn't going to make that much of a difference. She's already got the 3 items she needs on her. Defensive items might be something you want at this point, so perhaps best to just wait and see what options you get given.
Great to see the Chalice use, obviously, ramping up that true damage. I saw it proc for 240. That's insane. So, a lot of damage coming out here from the Vayne. And look, IE Slam here, not really going to be of massive benefit. So I think holding on, that BF sword, if we get a Giant's Belt from Raptors, there's a Zeke's, and we're going to get even more attack speed on Vayne. Those sorts of utility plays, I think, are going to be really good to take this into the late game.
Yeah, definitely. Picks up the volley there, probably going to go level 8 and roll down after neutrals. He's thinking about leveling now, which would increase his chances of keeping his win streak. But one thing you mentioned earlier, Judge, was this Ashe. That Ashe is a little bit of an unsung hero. She did get that arrow off on that KO board, enough time for the Vayne to get through that front line. So, like you said, I do like the fact that he has this Ashe pair, and it's just going to provide that CC utility that this comp's going to need for this Vayne to ramp up.
And there's a lot of tank available here too. It's not just in the individual units of the Rel, the Hecarim, the Naut.
Ooh.
But, the fact we've got Knights out here, we've got Cavalier, we've got Ironclad. It's really strong. That Vayne only just holding on in this battle against Chubby. It's just such a nice front line that while it doesn't need full stall like you need for a Kale comp, it's enough that after that, Vayne is just rapid fire.
Yeah, you can see they're starting to cap out a little bit. Vayne's putting out 5,000 damage, but you're probably not going to see the 10 and 15 that you'll see out of a Kale once we get into the latter stages of the game. We're getting into neutrals now, so we'll see if Escher can luck out here and grab something that will help his front line. As you said, that's probably the bit that's in need right now, just to make this Vayne damage go that little bit further.
Yeah, I think we're about to see a huge roll down. He wants to keep his win streak going. He's got a lot of money. It's just to see how much he invests. Obviously, what units does he value, and will he value going 9 at all? But I do think he needs to invest a little bit of money into this. Like you said, the Vayne can fall off into late stages of stage 5 and 6. How much money will he invest? Or will he just fast 9 here? That's a bold play. I like it. Saying, you know what? I think I'm still strong enough at this stage of the game. This is my strongest point. I'm going to use this to go 9, potentially.
And I think that could be good. We could see Escher pivot this depending on the strength and honestly whether everyone else is able to hit. Go a fast 9, build that economy back up, and then look to kind of play off legendaries. That is available to Escher here, doing so well on such a win streak, such a strong composition. Again, the Vayne was targeted, got almost 9k damage out here.
Well,
it's a good option.
Looking at what he's got on the bench there, Judge, we were hoping maybe he could find his way into some defensive items, but if he's got something like an IE, and as you say, the economy, the potential to go up to 9, ooh, interesting items. Does he want the spatula? I don't know if that really fits. I was thinking, go 9, find an Akshan,
yes,
and then add that on with the Rangers, but maybe swap something out and go for 4 Ranger. Maybe you just shove the Akshan in there. Chuck the IE on top of it. Have something like a Guardian Angel as well. Pick one more item up off the carousel because he's definitely gonna see a few more full items come his way. I feel like that could be a very strong pivot and make up for the late game struggles that you see in this reroll composition.
Absolutely. Akshan is so strong. We were talking about this before broadcast, and I think Akshan would be a great fit into this. You get 9. We don't have to replace any units. We can just drop Akshan in and then we have that unit in here. Would need to look at maybe changing things up a bit to get another Ranger in and make it 4, but IE, huge item on Akshan. You know, whether we fully pivot and look to put someone else in over Vayne and get maybe, the Ginsus on Akshan with the quickest silver, IE, that's a strong option. And then look to have Akshan carry. The benefit of 9 and having a lot of econ is he can be flexible. Use that level 9 with good econ to buy up units and to pivot where needed. So I'm keen to see what Escher chooses to do.
We can see these mid-level players starting to, spike right now. Escher falling off a little bit. Admiration did find that level 3 Nocturne. So you saw he's getting a handy win. Just squeaking it out there. Interesting. Double Bloodthirster. Double that shield plus the Nightbringer shield there.
I do think that Redemption here is great to put on Diana. I think that Diana in the backline, giving herself that little bit of extra healing, that mana, that extra health from the components is really nice to get this cast off quickly. Going to get it off before Nort has the chance to be able to get the Anchor Slam jammer happening. And it's going to be a lot of damage there. There's Aphelios, great AD from the 2 Bloodthirsters, great healing from it. Just really needs to get enough casts off to take down the Vayne as well. Not going to be enough here, though. Just holds on.
Man, quicker silver diff, right? We saw a Diana. Not only did the Frozen Heart not apply because of that, but also dodged her ultimate as well. So yeah, big diff.
Yeah, and Escher also put in Ironclad, realizing that potentially Aphelios and Nocturne were both in his rotations. Put in the Jax and the Nautilus. That is great awareness and just 200 IQ. Really, really nice. And, that helps Escher. The more he can hold on, the higher place he's going to get. Obviously, he might fall off, but he is about to go 9, you would think. But yeah, really well played by Escher there.
Yeah, and we saw that Vayne was alive on 2 health, right? That would have made the difference. Peanut, not super happy about what's happened there. Not super happy about that slam either. He's got a spatula just sitting there, a little bit lonely. He's going to start rolling here to try and make some upgrades on this board, which is looking okay. And he does have enough health to get a Teemo 2 if he wants.
Interesting to see that Ionic Spark slammed on the Nort and not on the Fiddle. I guess it works, really. We're going... not on Nort, sorry, on Volley. Nort, wow. I think that Fiddle would have more of a direct application given the cast and the jump into the back line. I think that could have been stronger. We are going to see. Is it... Oh, God, the Cruel!
The Cruel
The Cruel!
Things are going down. Gages is not happy. He just can't make this KL2 work. He just can't play a trick at the moment. Oh, that's tilting.
We've seen it. We've seen it quite a few times over the last couple of days. That's 5-cost trait of Teemo's coming out. Man, that Assassin's board is looking strong from Admiration. And that's why I've switched over here just to see that scary Nocturne at work. The Assassin spat on Fiddle. Not going for the 6 Assassin composition just yet. You can see he's actually opted for some of these the lesser traits, Sentinel, Renewer, Mystic in there just to tech. And even a normal Quicksilver on the Nocturne. So probably not finding his ideal items for the Nocturne, but at least finding the 9 of them, which seems to be doing the job just as well.
This Diana has been a secret carry of this fight. The massive casts, the displacement, the Morella Nomicon application, that amazing Frozen Heart that we've got there, that Radiant Frozen Heart. That it's just, she disrupted so much of the board. She prevented so much healing with that Morello. It's why Garen struggled so much in that fight as well. Despite doing an awful lot of damage, it wasn't enough, and I think that's really important. Positioning of Diana and positioning in general for the Assassins comp is so vital. You need the right units in the right place.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people focus on their units, but when you play assassins, you have to sweat your positioning. If you don't position optimally, you can just have a bad fight just based off positioning. So when you are playing Nocturne, you need to practice, which side do I need to be on? What are the key targets I'm looking for? What are the hazards? But I think Admiration might just wait for Chubby to die and look for that Viego and go up to 6 assassins. Chubby does have that level 2 Viego. As we look to Escher, has a big bear in the middle. Counterforce of Nature as well. Looking to see how he can cap this board. Obviously, this Vayne will fall off a little bit. As we mentioned, he's got 2 volley bears in, actually. Very interesting. Still has that Ironclad as well. Got 3 Ironclads, which will help him against that Assassin player as well. So, looking forward to seeing how this board develops over the rest of the stage.
Yeah, we were having a big chat about how he's going to cap out. And man, going up to level 9 and finding the Force of Nature gives him so many options. It's not enough in this fight, though. Maybe he needs to go 3 bears. We saw that happening. I think it was in the North American finals or something recently, where someone won with 3 bears, I think. So maybe 2 just isn't enough.
Oh, there you go. He's got 2 level 2 bears. Potentially, level 3 bear could be coming in, but that would be fascinating.
Oh,
but will he make this, or is there another trait he can see, another line that he thinks might be stronger?
Yeah, well, he's definitely got the gold for it, right? There's people on the bench that he's not using. There's the second level 2 bear. 3 away. Oh man, I can't remember seeing a level 3 5 cost in a professional game. Certainly not one that I've casted so far. So hoping for my first time.
Yeah, hopefully.
Really good item slam here on the Gwen with that Hex Tech. Going to be stunned and going to fall down shortly.
No.
It's just really nice.
Oh, is he actually going down here? Oh, it would be crazy there. The carries are gone. It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do it. Peanut doesn't even go out. Is he going to lose with enough units to keep himself in it? He is not. That's a 4th place. Man, wouldn't have expected that.
Admiration, we're going to view again who has this Assassin's board. We've got a Karma and we've got an Aphelios with a large Diana as well. We caught a glimpse of it while Escher was scouting before getting knocked out that we didn't have the Cruel saving against the Kale comp again in that brawl between the Aphelios and the Kale, so wasn't able to have it 2 times. Maybe we'll have it a second time when they fight again. Let's see how this fight goes. It's Peanut against Admiration. We're going to have the Aphelios nuked almost right at the start. That is a huge Nocturne.
Yeah, it's a bit scary. Admiration's hoping he can just keep going for a little longer. He's actually looking for the Fiddlesticks 3 up to 7 at the moment. And he's just watching the carnage of this Assassin Fiddle at the same time. So there we go. He's going to remove Peanut from the lobby. So just down to Admiration and Chunga now. If we're looking at the leaderboard, if you guys are keeping up with that, Admiration coming in at, what was that? 5th place last game. And Chunga coming in at 4th. So these guys middle of the table so far.
Yeah, so a win here would definitely propel their chances. Like you said, he does have 7 Fiddlesticks. Unfortunately, Chunga has a pair of his own, but there is still enough left in the pool where he can find it. It's going to be pretty hard, though. Decides to put in potentially 2 Fiddlesticks. And instead, selling it, realizing that the lobby is ending, going to put those items on to the Fiddle. So another threat. He did this last game as well. This Fiddlesticks is going to be really scary. Chunga did beat the Ghost last fight, so we'll have to see if that changes things.
Selling the Fiddle that was on bench 1 in shop, so it has the potential for 2, but I just don't think we're going to be seeing the 3 Fiddle, which is sad to say the least. Lots of damage here onto the Karma. Going to have the Dawnbringer heal as the Fiddle goes down, and there goes the Nocturne as well. Chunga level 9 with this Karma comp is really, I don't think, going to be losing here.
It doesn't look like it. That Garen 2 with the Bramble on it. I mean, Bramble is the tech item against assassins, right? You get that on a tank, all of a sudden, it just stops them in their tracks. And you can see they really struggled to get through him there. And once he was on top, That meant, we had a little bit of karma action in the back line there to help finish it off. So, can he chew through this time? We're at 6-6. I think that means player damage will automatically kill him if he takes a loss, but maybe Chunga has an option if he doesn't get this fight. Let's see if the positioning's made any difference.
Revenant going to pop on the Nocturne here. Changes target, goes center. Now gets onto the Karma, but it's too late. And that is going to be enough damage. Chunga taking out a first in this lobby. Really good points so far for my pick. Sorry, gentlemen. It looks like I'm leading our picks after game 2.
Yeah, look, I'm used to it by now. Timo's dad, unfortunately, not doing as well in that lobby either. He's consistent, though. I'll give him that. Consistent consecutive 7s. All right, guys, we're going to go to a break here and come back with game 3 before very long. We'll get those scores tallied up for you and have a look at them after. See you soon.
But Timo's AWOL. You need a recon. I'll help you find him.
I know where he is. The Bilgewater pages are missing from his scout journal.
Yeah,
Besides,
well.
weren't there enemy bogies spotted over Piltover?
Bogies? Bogies? Why didn't you say so?
I'll help you save Timo. Lieutenant Lulu, this, rock is the most important part of the mission. You've got this. Bye.
I always have to guard the rock. I can do a lot of things. I'll fix that.
Timo? Timo, sound off. Whoa, a double cannon. Oh.
Not a single bogey. Nothing. It's absolutely nothing. She thinks I'm washed up. Well, not this, my boy.
This rock never does anything.
And I'm gonna... What? No Tristana?
Nope.
Oh, mission's gone south. Want to go cause a ruckus?
I thought I struck gold when I caught one yodel. Now look what we got.
You got. Don't care how much those yodels are worth on the bounty board. They're a ticking time bomb in trouble.
Quit your whining. That cage is runic iron.
Oh, Corky.
Prepare to face Randall City's most decorated lioness!
That makes 3. I'm rich.
What was your plan?
Oh, I'm just a distraction.
What?
As I said, tick, tick, tick.
But, oh.
Donna, I've been watching this rock all day, and it doesn't do anything. I'm starting to think that maybe...
Don't touch the cannon!
Rock! No!
Son of a...
Timo!
Is that all the mustard you got? Right there! Get off of me!
Drop your weapon, you little...
What's a Bandle Gunner without her support?
What I tell you, you don't mess with yodels.
Whew, thanks. I thought I wasn't gonna. Not with friends like these furballs. What were you here for anyway?
Vandal Scout mission badge number 389. Adopt a pet. Cute, huh? It's a school devouring sea worm! Timo, wait!
Timo, wait!
Hey, how you going, guys? We are here and we are back, almost about to get into Game 3 of OCE's TFT Regional Finals, the Reckoning Dawn of Heroes. We're 2 games down now, so why don't we check in on the scores and see where everyone is at. We've got the 8 best players in the region right now, and Chunga, who has been leading the pack in almost all of the sort of televised parts of this tournament we've had, on top.
Look, it's great to see Chunga consistent, as always. And also, great to see Chunga in that last fight that we saw, game, and in the last fight, playing a comp that's not Vel'Koz's Abomination. So, you know, there is some depth there. Have to commend Chunga on that. Peanut, very consistent also. You're getting in with a second, now a third. And Escher scraping by. You know, we say consistency is key. There's a third, there's a fourth. So, really, our top 3 popularized by the top 4.
Yeah, well, we're getting into the game soon. Timo's dad, unfortunately, sitting down there with 4 points, along with Chubby Bunny. And then moving up gauges, Arf's Admiration. Escher, liking his pivot so far, you know. Some people say he's just for the memes, but today, he's here to play.
Yeah, sneaky Karma game. We labeled him as a Vel'Koz one trick, but he pulls out a sneaky Karma and takes the win. So definitely has other tricks up his sleeve. Looking forward to seeing what comp he goes towards now that he's in the lead, and the pressure's on him to sustain that coming up to Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure is on today, Krams. I mean, sure, we had a look at the prize pool before, you know. I think you have to get up to, what is it, maybe top 3 to make over $1,000, but really, it's that top 1 spot that these players want. They want to be going to Worlds, but why don't we go into Game 3 right now?
And it's not a spatula carousel, so a great start to this one.
Admiration with the early glove there. Are we going to see a second assassin game in a row for him? Is that what you're thinking, Krams?
Yeah, maybe. As we see Peanut with the Vest. So Vest is very solid opener. Obviously, some things like Sunfire and Bramble are really high quality frontline. I personally like to go for frontline items as well, so looking forward to seeing how this develops. But yeah, Escher going with the sword. He has been liking that bow. Obviously, bow is very flexible. Looking forward to seeing what his first sword item is. This sword can be flexed into something like a Bloodthirster or even like a Shojin if he wants to play more AP. Still a flexible item. Looking forward to seeing, you know, what items he picks up here and, you know, what kind of direction he gets.
Well, you can see he's got the Kha'Zix out already, putting in some Dawnbringers, a nice way to start that transition into the Assassin's comp. Give yourself a little bit of front line to start with. Another one of the Brawlers there is going to come out, so hoping for a 2-star. That tanky guy at the front really helps you buy time for that Kha'Zix to work his magic in the first rounds.
Yeah, playing pretty passively, maybe looking for that Nocturne, like you mentioned. As we look at Arfs with the double Aatrox pair, has the Rage Blade slammed already, so trying to find an item holder for that. Has declared at the moment. But yeah, we talked about Rage Blade at the start of the broadcast. Definitely a high quality item. Also has a sword, so if he gets, you know, an early Bloodthirster, he can just straight into an Aphelios or Kale game.
Okay. Pulling the transitions early as we see them. The Rage Blade ready to go. A lot of redeemed units here. Actually does hit the Lux.
Yeah, really nice item holder. High quality Rage Blade user. Also just complements his team perfectly. So definitely in a really good spot. Even pre-leveled. So that pre-level decision definitely paying off. Binds the 3-cost unit that fits his comp perfectly. Hopefully, you know, he can use this to win streak.
I really like Lux as a carry in Redeemed. So while slamming a Shojin isn't going to be great for this comp late, if positioning as Arfs for a Kale, you know, Shojin, Rage Blade, and then a flex item on Lux is great fun. Really getting that empowered auto with a lot of damage, and with all of that extra attack speed, hitting that empowered auto more often. Plus, that damage comes from supporting the rest of the team, giving a shield. So, a lot of utility there, a lot of damage capacity. I love the Lux. Here's the other sword. Will we see it slammed? We do. Straight away slammed. We have 80 carry Lux.
80 carry Lux, can we please report? But yeah, definitely looking for an Aphelios or a Kale. Probably looking for some sort of healing item as the third item, maybe something like a Radiant Hodge or a Bloodthirster, but yeah, definitely has the carry items and has direction, so he knows kind of where he's going. Just got to play strong sport and find a way to get there.
Yeah, man, Guardian Archangel would be a hell of a third item to pick up there, but we'll have to wait a little bit to see if that's how it shakes out. Going over to Peanut now. There's a player who is doing okay so far. Equal 13 points at the top there with Sugar.
Yeah, definitely been a strong player. He was a bit indecisive there. Had an option of a second glove. Decided to take the sword. What's he going to slam? Will it be something like a Bloodthirster or more like an Infinity Edge? Maybe he'll just play it passive. I'm not sure what he has in mind. I guess he just wants to keep his options open. He's saying, I think I can win without an item. So, I want more time to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, this Lee Sin just putting out huge amounts of damage, especially when you get those annoying doppelgangers popping out for the Hellions. You can just one-shot all of them and deal with that issue. There we go. Gets one upgrade at least. Yeah, being very cautious, but now eventually going for the Bloodthirster. So, still a very nice and, transferable item later on. Olaf, we're not likely to see him hold on to that for too long.
No, Olaf's fun and hark back to Olaf of previous sets. It was interesting to say the least, but this one-cost Olaf not going to be entering that rage and be an unstoppable force. Great to have in the early game and good fun with a Rage Blade and a Bloodthirster, but for now, really just going to be a great item holder for this. And as you mentioned, Lee Sin, amazing AoE damage when coming up against those Hellions, and love to see that attack speed slow as well. Hellions buff giving them extra attack speed. Nothing better than slowing that right back down and getting a lot of damage out here. The hover of the cloak over Yasuo was interesting to me. I thought maybe positioning for a Runan's Hurricane Yasuo, very strong, getting that extra true damage off on every auto attack to another target, but no, opting for that Bloodthirster, so we'll see that pivot later. Perhaps a Jax.
Yeah, definitely important to note. He also went level 5. Obviously, when you go level 5 at 2-4, you want some sort of big power spike. Sentinel was the power spike he got in. Hopefully, he can use this to win streak. Obviously, if you do go level 5 at 2-4, it can be a bit risky. If you don't win, your economy can be shot, but this board is looking really strong. Got the Sentinel in, obviously playing around the unit that's paired and has the item, which is the Olaf in this situation, so hopefully he can get a 5 streak going into neutrals.
Ooh, thinks about the 4 Legionnaires, but finds a much better combination here. Skirm, Sentinel, Nightbringer, Legionnaire. Plenty of little sprinkles to help out here as he looks to get that 5 win streak going into Krugs. So also going to put down the Hodge there. Does that give you any indication of the direction here, Judge? Does that look like a Kale or perhaps not a Jax? I don't know. Where's it going?
Hodge is such a versatile item, but best used in AD comps. Particularly units that can take Hodge for both its benefits of AD and AP. Really thinking the same sort of comps. It's a nice flex item on a Kale. It's core on Kale, but it's a nice flex item on an Aphelios. It's just a really useful item in general. We're going to see Olaf make great use of it. So I'm still thinking the same sort of lines, thinking the AD heavy carries of Kale and Aphelios, but it, again, could be used on a Jax as well. Get that extra damage buff or get that extra healing buff.
Admiration annoyed. He loses his streak, and now it's Peanut engages with theirs left. Will we see the battle of the 100s here at 2-6?
Yeah, definitely someone he wants to position around. You want to position around the strong players, the win streak. You don't want to break your economy right now. Who's he going to come up against? He does come against Escher, who is level 4, so Peanut will have the unit advantage. Obviously, that Nocturne is there, but I definitely think this will be a 5-streak going to neutrals. He is scouting to see, okay, is Gage's economy going to get broken as well? When you have 2 players 5-streak into neutrals, it can be really scary for the rest of the lobby.
Nidalee with a Ginsu's is terrifying. Getting that 3rd attack off more frequently for all of that damage, and it will be Gage's getting knocked off of the win streak going into neutral. So Peanut, super strong position here. 30 gold on the win streak. Great units on board. Already level 5. And also has great synergy. Like, we touched on it before. Skirmisher Sentinel with Nightbringer Legionnaire. Like, it is set up for success right now.
Yeah, definitely. He'll be very happy that Admiration and Gages both had their economy broken. He's the only one on the 5-streak, so he's definitely going to have the advantage in terms of economy. Just got to make sure he translate that into a win. He's in a great spot to, really do damage in this lobby.
Okay, Krug's come up, manages to make 30 gold, and this is just looking like a really solid start here for Peanuts. So let's check out Escher, who's on the opposite side of the leaderboard right now. Well, I shouldn't say the leaderboard, the sort of HP board. I don't know what you'd call that exactly. At 60, but he's got 2 Nocturnes, so if he can jump that up and get the Nocturne 2, he might start to spike a little harder. I like the Locket Slam, often good with an early Assassin's board. Just gives you a serious amount of shielding to go with it. Sadly, you can't find a level 2 unit to put it on just yet.
And here's Chunga with a Warmogs on Nidalee, which is interesting to me. Going to take out one of those Nocturnes, and I think this is going to be going the direction of Chunga. And that is just a super strong Nidalee here. It is the fight of Nocturne holding on with his slash, giving him some extra health. Going to be a perfect loss here. And that's exactly what Escher wanted. Keep that loss streak running and do it with as little units as possible, beating you.
Yeah, really. Okay. The perfect scenario. Losing by 1 unit, leveling, and then immediately hitting the Nocturne 2 and the Pike 2. So definitely exactly how he wants it to go. Obviously, he's low on HP, but, his plan is to really, fight for those Nocturnes. Obviously, Loose Streak, we spoke about it yesterday. Loose Streak Nocturne is the way to play it. He's comfortable playing for a Lost Streak. Obviously, last game, he was playing Loose Streak Vayne, but with that Nocturne 2, that's really going to help him. Just got to find some of those items. He did invest that sword into his Zeeks. I guess he just did not want to wait out the Infinity Edge. Probably going to value something like a Last Whisper or a Rage Blade. Definitely needs to get some items on this Nocturne, but he is in a great spot at this point of the game.
See the Nocturne getting those 1 enemy procs to speed up the Umbra Blades there. Switching over to Admiration. Previously, one of the players who decided to put on the Assassin Mantle. It's not going to be this game, though, as you can see. Frontline slams, the Bloodthirster there. Definitely don't lean towards that sort of composition. He's just going wide at the moment. This is one of those great sort of mid-game compositions you see that just makes use of a lot of those traits, but doesn't necessarily lock you into anything. Like, you can kind of, maybe there's a Dawnblade angle here, maybe there's a Skirmisher angle here. He's mousing over Riven a lot. Is that where he's going? What do you think, Rams?
Yeah, potentially. Obviously, like you said, Riven is a great mid-game comp, but it's also very flexible, so it is an option. May not be plan A, but I think he needs to see more shops, see more items, and then he'll make a decision. But just keeping his options open, Riven is great for now. Like you said, he's got a lot of traits in, got 5 traits in at the moment. Doesn't have a lot of pairs, but having these strong traits will definitely help him. Currently in 2nd place. And yeah, like you said, it's very flexible. He could go for something like a Last Whisper off this carousel if he can find that boat, play something like a Jax. But if he starts, finding a lot of Rivens, then, that is also an option. So it will be very dependent on what items he's seeing and what units he's hitting coming up to stage 4.
I think I've suggested Riven as a carry about 6 times, and it's never been Riven so far, so I might just stop at this point, Judge.
Yeah, look, I encourage you to keep going, my friend, and hold on to that blind optimism, because Riven can be a great carry. And, you know, I think last time we were on broadcast together, we had a discussion about Dawnbringers in general and how they have this ability to have multiple carries. You know, you've got Garen, who late game can do quite a lot. You've got Karma, we've got Nidalee and Riven, that, you know, you can have that flexibility, as we mentioned, with Zeke's Harmony, that it can, in a comp like that, where you've got a Nidalee and a Riven, it can be really useful. I think here, in terms of angle for Admiration, really pushing into skirmishes is an option. You've got Bloodthirsty, you've got Last Whisper, that could be great on Jax. While it would be harder, you could have a pivot to Aphelios. It's certainly quite the opposite to Dawnbringer. You've got skirmishes, we've got Sentinel. Really, because there's been this focus from Admiration early on having these tank items, you've got that Aurelia with Dragon's Claw and Warmogs. Now that the damage items are coming through, now we see this Last Whisper. It's still leaning more towards an AD-based comp. Unlikely to see the Karma crit carry, but still an option on the table.
Yeah, it does look pretty close to a Jax comp at this point, I think. I mean, we do have the Radiant item coming up, so we'll see what that is. I really like Aurelia as a tank carry, because she can stay alive for so long. I think she hasn't been used as that sort of infinite tank carry as much as others, and therefore didn't get nerfed quite as hard as some people like, some characters like Hecarim. And if you get 3 items on her and 3 start, oh, please. Come on, that's surely it's the Runins here. I mean, that would be a fantastic third carry item for Jax. He's definitely thinking about it, considering he's already made the Dragon's Claw, the Dragon's Will. I don't think as much of a helpful carry. Maybe the Radiant Redemption. Crims, what are you leaning towards here?
Depends what he has in mind. Obviously, if he picks up the Hurricane, it does kind of cut off Aphelios. There isn't Aphelios there, so maybe that will sway him. He sees on that scout, there's 2 or 3 Aphelios, so Jax is probably the best option, which makes you think he will pick up the Hurricane now. Very good decision. Always want to scout before you make a decision like that. So yeah, Hurricane definitely makes me think he wants to play Jax. I think he had Aphelios as plan A, but realizing that there's already too many, I think he's going to lock himself into Jax from here.
Yeah, but as he does that, you say there's not many Jax, he does come up against Chubby Bunny, who's slammed that Titans, as well as the Hodge on his Jax. Does that mean it's an item carrier? Does that mean he's actually thinking about playing that? Obviously, Titans is, Jax seems to be one of the best users of that at the moment.
Yeah, and we also saw him pivot into Nocturne yesterday, but it is contested. I don't think that is an option, but he is holding this Nocturne, so I'm not going to count it out. He did do a surprise pivot into Nocturne yesterday. I'd be very surprised if he does do that with these items, but until he sells it, I'm not going to rule it out. But obviously, even just holding it is a benefit. You are griefing the other assassin player, so I'm not sold that he will pivot into it. I think Jax is the best option on the spot. So interested to see, what he does here. Will he roll a bit? He's in a bit of a weird spot where I don't think he's strong enough to fast Dave, but we'll have to see what he chooses to do here.
He sells the Lee Sin, so I don't think he's going to go for the 6 skirm option, and he's got the Thresh and the Naught on his bench, so it does kind of seem like he probably wants to end up in that Fortnite composition where you're 4 knights, you got Rel, you've got your beefy boy there, Nautilus, and then you got the Jax to back it up, but he rolls down a bit and doesn't find that all-important carry. Does get the Rel, and actually going to take the Teemo. So, once you take the Teemo, you're somewhat committed to something, right? Because you're literally, griefing your health in order to do that. So what does that Teemo tell us?
I think that Teemo tells us great positioning, or great angle, I should say, with, the Rakan looking to maybe using some more Invokers out here. There is an option. And Teemo's just such a strong unit anyway with Crawl. We've seen over the, these past 2 matches and all of yesterday, a whole heap of Crawl clutches. I think that if that is an option, even early, as we're progressing from the mid game into the late, then it needs to be capitalized on. A load of dice in the store, great option too.
Yeah, okay, so he's put the Last Whisper on the Aurelia, so it doesn't feel like that's going to stick around. There you go, taking it off immediately. Yeah, I'm just really interested by how he's going to fit this Teemo in. I haven't really seen it. It's not something I've seen used in the Jax kind of comps as much. So I'm, just really interested to see how this ends up.
Oh my goodness, another Teemo here. This is insanity. Great to be hitting these, and I think if Teemo 2 can be had sooner rather than later, then by all means push for it. Going to get these tank items on the Galio, and that's kind of ideal trifecta here with Dragon's Claw, Warmog, Sunfire. I think the only other way I'd really position it, maybe a Bramble instead of Sunfire. Depends what you're coming up against. Sunfire just so good for that healing cut in general.
Yeah, you do like to apply the grievous wounds, and unfortunately the Thresh Hook is too much CC for Admiration to deal with. That the Teemo on the bench there just kind of taunting him, because until he gets the next one, all he's done really is cut his chances to stay alive. One thing actually I'd like to bring up about that armory and give this question to you, Krams, is the loaded dice. Judge sounded very excited about it. How do you feel about it? Because I think sometimes, it can be amazing, and then sometimes you end up with just a hanging component, and you're like, oh, damn, I really shouldn't have taken that loaded dice because I've, I've reduced my chance to spike with that extra item. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, well, obviously, I loved loaded dice when it was first introduced in set 4 and 4.5. It was a really nice accessory. But the problem is, whenever you see it in an armory, it's always with another item. And it's almost like loaded die is almost never worth an item, in my view. Obviously, an extra component will mean an extra item, which will give more of a power spike than, potentially, getting a paired unit. But also, there are situations where you will take the loaded die if you're level 8 and you're really looking for a carry, then I can agree with that, but most players will take items over a loaded die. But as we see, Escher on 36, he will receive the blessing. There is 3 spatulas on this carousel. Does have the assassin spat ready to go. He will get one. There's also a Viego, which might tempt him as well. What's he going to take here?
Looks like he wants a Viego, actually. He seems to be valuing that over the assassin spat, which is interesting. His Nocturne is only at 1 item right now. He's going to have to hope for luck on Raptors with that. He can't slam 2 Last Whispers on it as much as he might even like to.
Yeah, I guess realizing he is level 7, maybe not. It will be hard for him to find it. Finds a spatula anyway. Okay, so he knew what the blessing was, I guess. Looking at Chunga's board. So he has the Assassin Spat and the Viego. All he needs to do is, get these Assassin Spat in. He will have 6 Assassin, 3 Revenant. This board is all of a sudden looking really scary. Only has the 4 Nocturnes, so interested to see if he does roll for that, but he has been pressing F quite a bit, so I think he will go 8 in this spot, and maybe give up on this Nocturne 3.
Man, it doesn't matter what position your carry is in right now. Gages is gonna have a frozen heart dealing with it, whether it's the golden or the regular is the case, and this time the Akshan suffering. Look at that, swings right from one right into the other. Oh man, that last bolt actually grabbing off the Viego as he was getting lifted up in the air. That was a bit sus.
And I think that's going to be the determining factor of this fight, that Akshan living here, unbelievable damage. You've got basically best in slot with Deathblade, with Ginsu's, with a Hodge. No Radiant item in there, that's okay, but just amazing Akshan and getting that last shot off. If you had a converted Akshan, it would have done all of that damage to Escher's opposition, so unlucky.
And he is setting himself up for a big roll down after neutrals, so it's just to see what he values. Obviously, he definitely needs another item on this Nocturne, and he hopefully he can hit it. You usually average about 3 to 4 per 50 gold, so hopefully he can start high rolling and really cap his board out, because he's in a bit of trouble here on HP. You want to make sure you're capping at the right time, and I think 5-1 is the perfect time to cap with this board for Escher.
And you're seeing how strong the Banshee's Veil is right there. Diana actually has to get a second cast off to do anything in terms of displacing this other team. Completely nullifies the first one, and also the first time Viego tries to get onto the front line. So that you can see why, a lot of people rate that as one of, if not the top Radiant item in the game.
It's so strong in the late game when you're really trying to maximize CC to have an item that nullifies the first potential CC for every single unit. So love it, love to see it. Peanut picking up a Kale here and going to be putting that in. We have a heavy Knights comp, a Viego who has a Frozen Heart and a Hodge and a Jax carry.
He's gone the Rascal's gloves. I do like that it's on the Diana. It's not a heavy assassin comp, so she might not get the massive damage boost from that. She might otherwise, but as someone with a damaging ult, someone you want to get that ult out quicker, it kind of feels like she can make use of all of that. Peanut going to be grabbing one of those Teemos. Will he commit to the second? Nah, even at 52 health, even at the top of the lobby, doesn't want to take that chance and then just sells it.
It's the classic health for gold play. Peanut here is looking to get... Yeah, absolutely. When you're rolling down and just trying to hit a spike to make sure you're transitioning, especially when you've got as much health as Peanut does, grabbing a Teemo, it's high risk and potentially high reward. It could have hit an Akshan 2 here, could have hit a Kale 2, Garen 2. Really just looking to grab as many amazing units as possible.
Oh, that was a big pull there by the Diana, but not enough as this Runan's Tempest on the Jax for admiration pulls ahead. Teemo's dad making a comeback. He's at least in first spot right now. Let's see where he ends up.
Just cannot find a level 2 carry, unfortunately. Obviously, Jax is contested. Admiration decided to go Jax. Chubby Bunny has a Jax. If he can find this level 2 Ashkan, that would be a huge, huge swing in this game. Obviously, a Spatula is coming on this, and he's going to make the play now, hoping he can hit the Ashkan later. But he really needs to find a paired carry here.
And what do you think about putting Akshan in, considering he doesn't have the Ranger? There's no Skirmisher in either. It just feels a little bit gimped.
Yeah, a little bit weak. Obviously, taking out the Jax 1. Jax 1's not incredible, but did have Skirm buff, so... Yeah, interesting decision there. Really needs to find this Ashkan 2 as soon as possible. He's question marking his board saying, I just took infinite damage. But yeah, he really needs to find a carry as soon as possible. I think he's getting a little tilted, actually. Constant pings. Here comes the blessing, so he does have a spatula. Can he use that? There is a Sin spat there and a Spellweaver spat. Sin could be used. But really needs to find this Ashkan 2, for sure.
2 rolls here. Going to pick up another Jax. Now gets it to Aurelia. And going to switch back, perhaps. Thinking that Akshan 2 may have been the play. Do have Assassin available, as you mentioned. And just holding
up his
that hurts
mind.
his soul. I'm sure that crushed his soul selling that. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, this item just will not go on the Jax. Jax just does not want the items. What? Okay, Jax.
Mort, please.
Naked Jax just did not want any items. So yeah, he has no damage and takes another big loss, you would think. Assuming you get through. That is a huge loss. 6 HP.
rough.
All of a sudden he's in 7th place. Wow.
That's super rough. I mean, we saw that happen. This is seeing this happen from his POV, and that's pretty tough. Hopefully, it doesn't persist any longer. I haven't had that bug happen to me personally, so I'm not sure if it's just a single round thing or you can get them to reset. We'll have to hope for that. Either way, we're going to go over to Escher now. Now, remember, he went up early to level 8 there, not looking to finish off that Nocturne 3. Instead, happy to sit at 6 Assassin. Since then, he's been looking for some. Now up to 7. Hasn't found the 2-star Fiddlesticks yet, but he does have a 2-star Viego. So this board, looking pretty good.
I've certainly seen worse. Escher in a good spot right now if positioning wins for him. Scared of that Galio. There it is again. Earth Angel Staff and has a crit glove and Sunfire to boot. So a little terrifying. Here's Chonga playing into Vel'Koz. So we're getting redeemed out here and some invokers as well. Vel'Koz not stacked with items, but a great trap claw there to assist with avoiding a lot of CC.
Oh man, that fiddle certainly couldn't avoid the CC. I think it was like Volley Bear into Daisy, into there was another knock up as well. So really took his sweet time getting that damage down. And unfortunately that means Escher is just straight out. Having a look at Arf's board now. Redeemed Galio? Okay. Not bad, not bad.
The Sentinel board is scary with that stacked Lucian. We've got a really good Aphelios here with the Galio at the front. Redeemed is, I think, has to be just making good use of potentially a really bad set of traits available. It will ultimately power up the Syndra, which is nice, but not going to be an awful lot of power coming out of that Redeemed spat, I don't think.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's on the wrong side, but the Vel'Koz only has one item and hasn't targeted yet. Can this Aphelios deal with this monstrosity in front of his face? Gets a nice heal there, takes out a monstrosity. This might be enough. Chunga was on, both these players were on a win streak, but a 2-unit victory. That's a huge win. 18k damage coming out of this Aphelios. Just refused to die in that fight.
Yeah, that's it's a big win. Definitely a big win. Okay, now we get a look at 5-7 neutrals. Warmogs might be able to chuck that on a couple of carries up there at the back, a couple of legendaries that might see it. Perhaps the Rel even just to ensure her cast.
Yeah, Warmogs I think would be nice on Rel. Her cast, so much utility in terms of the stun, but also that extra shield is valuable too. We've got a Frozen Heart on the bench for Chunga. Escher having a bit of a spectate for us as well. Going to be watching Chubby. Just scrolling through right now.
Yeah, so Chunga going 9, has that Force of Nature, so 10 units. Has that Gwen 2, Fiddle 2, looking really nice. Only has the one item on the Vel'Koz, but this board just has a lot of residual CC and damage, so not sure if it's going to win the lobby. I'd have to see a few more fights, but definitely has a lot of high-quality units on this board.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, yeah, sure, he's got the Force of Nature, but you got to balance that with the fact that that means he's losing other components and can't find something decent to chuck on that of Vel'Koz. I think he had a sword spare, you know, that could have been a Shojin. You never know if that would make the difference. Meanwhile, Teemo's dad trying to get it done this game, and we'll see Chubby Bunny and Arps go down. So now it's Chunga versus Teemo's dad.
This is massive for the scoreline. Like, Chunga already secured top 2 here. We're going to see Escher bringing up the math. But that's massive. You know, securing such consistent scoring already, coming in 3 games into the 6. Like, really strong position for Chunga before heading to a break.
Yeah, definitely one of the last fights you would think, unless it's like a 1-unit loss, but yeah, good positioning. Switches Vel'Koz at the last second, so he is on the right side. He's getting CC'd a bit, is turning around. Oh my god, just too much value in this board for Chunga, to be honest. Just way too many high-quality units. They're upgraded, they have good items, and look at that win. That's a huge, like, 5-6 unit win, and Chunga was in the lead and takes out the win, so that's going to be huge for his confidence going to the break. Chunga is currently our leader, so well played, Chunga.
He is. He was equal ahead last game. You gotta remember, there's only one lobby. That means he's definitely in charge, large and in charge now. So, all right, guys, that's it for game 3. Now we're going to be having a nice little interview with a special guest in the next break. So don't go anywhere. We will be getting to that and asking some spicy questions of someone I know you guys want some answers to. So, but before we just throw it to the break, guys, Judge, what was great about that game? What made you love TFT?
Well, loving TFT is such variety, being able to embrace different compositions and having to use that big brain, get that 400 IQ ability out and make sure I'm strategizing and scouting a lobby. And we've seen a lot of that today, a lot of variation in comps coming through. I've been so busy watching the action, I haven't been putting down notes in my spreadsheet, so no data for you guys, maybe later. But it has been varied. Yesterday, had Escher talking about how Karma's in a really bad spot. We've had a Karma comp win, so excited to see what else can happen today.
Excellent. All right. Now, we're just going to set that interview up for you guys, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that in just a second. All right, guys, we promised you something special, so here it is. We have an interview with none other than our OCE Set 4 champion. It's Razza. Okay, I'm so excited to have you here, Razza. And the first thing I want to know is, sometimes you see, elite sports people, just like great champions of the country, like, they might get like invited to the White House or something like that. So has ScoMo called you up? Like, did you get an invite to Kirribilli Lodge to go hang with him? How's it been, being the global superstar that you are?
If only, mate. If only. Yeah, I think it's been pretty insane. I think I definitely like exceeded expectations last set, so I was pretty satisfied. But I'm, a little bit unhappy that I didn't make it this set. But yeah, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, look, the roles come and go as Mort Dog dictates. That's just the swings and roundabouts of TFT sometimes. What was it like at Worlds? Playing in those super high level lobbies against styles from other regions. Did you find much of a difference there between how that went and how it was, even in like a final lobby of an OCE regional final?
Yeah, it was honestly it was pretty like surreal, like playing in a lobby like that. I think there were a lot of different playstyles, and that was like a little bit weird. Like the Chinese play a lot different, the Koreans play a lot different. Um, but in the end, I guess I just like put the best effort in, like got a bunch of knowledge from like OCE, and just yeah, try my best.
Hmm. What were those differences? Like, how did that actually play
The
out in
Chinese
game?
are really aggressive. Like I think they were like pushing levels early, rolling deep at 6, rolling deep at 7. Um, Whereas I think like some of the other regions were like a bit more greedy, from
Hmm.
my point of view. Yeah, from memory.
Having a
So
look at tonight, Raza, obviously we've been watching in the sidelines, waiting for your moment to have a good chat here. We'll have a quick look at the scores. Talk to me about how you're feeling of the top eight's performances. Who's really standing out for you right now?
Well, as expected, I think Chunga should be at the top. I think he's the best player in this lineup by like a reasonable margin. But there's like a lot of like unexpected results as well. Like teammate's dad taking a second. Um, Peanut's kind of performing as well, but and Offs as well, because they're like not that high up on the ladder, so it's a little bit more unexpected. But I definitely think like Chunga's got a very good chance of taking it here.
Talk to me about Chunga, consistent, you say one of the best, certainly one of the best in this group that's come through in the top 8. What would you say puts Chunga in that echelon of player?
I think he's been consistent since he started playing the game. So I think he started playing the game a bit later than everyone else, like set 4 or 4.5. But he's just been very consistent. He's always been like able to take rank 1 every set. There's a bit of a meme about him not being that great in tournaments, and I think he's here to kill the meme today.
Absolutely. We've talked about Chunga playing a lot of A-Bomb Velk yesterday. So of the 8 games,
Hmm.
6 games of our top 8 competitors, 4 of them were A-Bomb Velk. Did get a Knight Kale and a Knight of Felios in there. Is that really well known amongst Chunga's playstyle on ladder, playing that
Um,
A-Bomb Velkos?
I think he's a very strong AP player right now. So Abon Vel or Karma. And I think there's not really anyone else in this lobby that can play AP or like at least play AP to like his level. So he's pretty much going to be uncontested AP for the rest of the tournament. So I
Uh,
definitely think like if he keeps going like doing what he's doing, he'll take it.
Yeah, and that's such a strong way to play, right? Because you see so many people taking in Knights, Ironclad, as we saw, to
Yeah,
deal with
yeah.
the majority of the lobby. But then, if that means you have to try and make like a late pivot to Mystics or something just to try and deal with Chonga, that makes it certainly a lot harder to deal with him. How do you think he would go if he were to come out on top here and be playing in those bigger lobbies overseas? Is that do you think he's going to be able to adapt to that? Do you think there's going to be more AP players over there that might, stifle his style a little bit?
Well, I think I have complete faith in Chung. I think if he makes it, I think he'll definitely put on a great performance. And every time he commits to learning something, he becomes the best at it. Like I think in set 4.5, he was probably the best keepers player in OCE, one of the best in the world. In set 5, he was probably one of the best forgotten players in the world as well. And yeah, in 5.5, if he finds a comp that fits him, he'll be the best at that by far as well.
Okay.
We love the support for Chunga, and obviously the three of us, going to be rallying behind whoever gets out in front.
Sure.
Want to speak to you a little generally, Raza, as well. We saw that Knights was just super prevalent in the games that our top 8 played yesterday. Is there, talk to me about your position on that? Obviously, we understand the trait, we understand that damage reduction, but give us a little bit deeper insight into why Knights is just so popular.
It's just the pieces in it are really strong right now, and they're good into the meta because Norlis is a knight. Garen is a fantastic knight, but you easily fit Iron with Norlis. Just you fit a Rel who's a great unit to go with, like basically any comp, right? And it's just a counter to AD, like from there. Like, all the pieces, all the synergies just fit well together for it to work out.
Absolutely.
Mm.
And I think we've seen a lot of fear from players around Nocturne. His character design kind of instills that, but it's really been the Assassin comp. Talk to us about why Assassins is just so scary in the meta right now and why we're seeing so many people holding Nocturne, even if they're not playing the comp.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. It's because of the way that units walk. So the way that the aggro, sometimes like when you're against assassins and they backline or third row everything, your carry like your Philios, your Lucian, your Karma, they'll just like walk up into the middle of the board, right? They'll just like misposition and just die to anything that's there. So it's just like how unit aggro or de-aggro works right now in the game.
Yeah, absolutely
And
killing
Is there a
in some of these
Is there
lobbies.
a hidden tech? Are we needing to get Lucian position like its keepers and get protect the president going, or is there really just no way we can avoid this anymore?
I mean, I think Vel can't possibly lose like the 1v1 to Sins. I think it unless the Sin assassin board is like super capped, it's actually really hard to lose the 1v1 to assassins if you just like position correctly into them, like clump or like flip your board, then they shouldn't be able to reach your carry.
Okay, now you've been through this whole process of going overseas and fighting the best players in the world, Razza. What advice do you have for our eventual champion today, going forward and trying to level up and potentially beat your sort of highest OCE watermark of I think it was 5th in set 4 and try and better that?
I think just try and try and steal knowledge from as many like sources as possible. Because for my run, I had like help from a lot of top OC players, but I also had help from a lot of top NA players as well. So just like reach out and try and steal as much knowledge as you can, right? Because that's all you need at the end of the day. Because this is not a mechanics game; it's a decision based game.
Mm. Okay, just jump around like Viego and just kind of like steal their knowledge and just get them on your team. Okay, that'll be a great way to do it. Yeah, look, who have you been, is there anyone else you've been, really impressed by? Anyone you think might be able to take it off Chunga today? Obviously, he's in the lead right now, Razza. But anyone else catch your eye?
I think Escher's been like performing very well this tournament as well so far. So I think I've never thought he was the greatest player because he always like kind of plays meme stuff and like doesn't really try. But like I think when he tries, it's definitely an amazing player and definitely a big contender. And there's been a lot of surprise like names as well, like Arfs and Peanut. They're definitely like they can definitely like catch up as well from I think where their points are right now as well. So yeah, basically anyone in the top 4-5ish could take it from here, I think.
Yeah, we're only halfway through the day, right?
There's 3 games left, exactly.
There's plenty of time for these spots to change around. We've seen some other games, in the other regions recently where there's been it's come right down to the last game to see who is going to take that last spot, and we may well have that here in OCE. We're almost into the next game, into game 4, gentlemen. So, is there any last things you want to ask Razza before his glorious mind departs?
Just good luck to the guys, I guess. And I really hope Chunga takes it.
Are we? Is that your bet as well, Razza? Do you think Chunga's got this in the bag?
Yeah, my money's definitely on Chunga. Yeah, for sure.
So Razza, you're known as a level-headed player. You have a lot of tournament experience. Do you think Chunga will thrive in this pressure of being in the lead and people hunting him?
I think he'll be alright, especially in this format. That's not like like the checkmate format that some other regions have. Yeah, you get griefed if you're the guy in the lead, but in this format, I think it's probably a little less likely. Like people won't grief themselves to grief the guy in the lead.
Okay, well that's a pseudo shout out to Tycoon there. Organizing the rules for these tournament for us. We've got when you're getting good feedback like that from the pro players, it's really nice to hear and make sure that the best player comes out on top. We are going to go into game 4 now. Thank you so much for joining us, Razza.
Thank you for having me.
Let's take a look at the second half of today's games.
Okay, so we've got Escher here to start us off, and that's a chain. So we've got not Gragas, sorry. It's a Kha'Zix. I do like someone like a Gragas with a chain start or like a belt start, someone that is already innately tanky. And that way, if you get a good first shot, and even potentially if you're Escher with a chain, you get another chain, and you can slam that on a tank unit. Get a Bramble started or a Sunfire started. This is going to be Yasuo out of the first orb. So how do we feel about that?
I mean,
so are we keen on getting the Nightbringers out again?
Yeah, definitely. He has the option as Vladimir in shop, thinking about it. He doesn't really want this vest stuck on the Kha'Zix, so this would be the opportunity for him to put in that Vladimir. I guess he's going to hold. and see if he gets any other units, any other items, and make a decision after that. But definitely a good option. I'd be picking up this Vladimir if possible, but Vines is set, so that would be a brawler. Picks up the Draconic as well, so he's got 2 Draconics, sells the Kha'Zix, so 2 Draconics, 2 Nightbringers. Definitely a good level 3 board. Gonna put in the Ziggs, actually. Finds a Bramble. Yeah, and doesn't have that Dawn anymore, so we're interested to see, how this board looks at 2-1.
Well, interesting options here from Escher. I mean, what I really liked hearing from Razza there was, he was like, look, maybe Escher hasn't been, the most respected sort of top-tier competitor in the past, but, like, he's earning our respect at the moment. Like, you can't deny it. The way he's playing some of these games, transitioning, hitting 3 Draconic, is just really making him unable to be looked over. And I absolutely agree with his assessment there when you're looking at some of the pivots and some of these just unorthodox plays that he's pulled off so far today.
And we see that Yasuo, much to my disappointment, be sold, but it does help in making 10 gold. We've hit the 3 Draconic, so Escher going to be going down the Draconic line, something that we haven't seen a lot of. We did see one person get a good Draconic run yesterday, Abomination Draconic, and that was Chubby Bunny. So one of your favorites there, Genome. And Kareems, you actually had Chubby picked for doing well today, so maybe Escher's going to be channeling yesterday's Draconic Abomination energy into game number 4 here.
Yeah, his economy is going to be really nice. Made 10 gold, obviously not going to win too much. I mean, it is a Draconic board, so you're not expected to win anyway, so just makes 10 gold. Looking forward to seeing how he, translates this. Obviously, he only has the 2 items, though. Only has a Bramble. Interested to see what kind of item he's looking for on this armory. This will give me some sort of indication about what he wants to do. As we see a sword and a rod, definitely good items. What's he going to take here? Both are reasonable, both open up options. Obviously, with the rod, he can go Rage Blade, things like that. Sword is probably be a bit more flexible. It can run the Shojin, the Bloodthirster, Deathblade, things like that. Does take the sword, and finds an Aatrox pair, so that is definitely worth leveling for, potentially. And he could just slam a Bramble, but I can't see this board win streaking, so he's definitely not under pressure to level here.
Got the option there, picks up, the Aatrox 2, grabs a Callista as well, so there's a Legionnaire. Callista building, obviously, is one of the A-Bomb units, so looking good for an A-Bomb Draconic here to push into the mid-game. Not as strong as it used to be earlier on in this set. A-Bomb Draconic, popular in every lobby. I think going to have a struggle here against the Kha'Zix 2 with Hodge.
Yeah, opposition board, a little bit too strong there, but that's kind of what you expect, honestly, most of the time when you're playing Draconic, to take some L's and get extra gold in response to that. Admiration, after 3 games, is going to be sitting in 5th spot right now, a little bit off the pace there with 13 points, but I mean, gosh, we didn't get too much time to talk about the scores last game, but jeez Louise, 21 points. Chunga is so far ahead. He's got a 5-point lead halfway through the day. That is actually kind of nuts.
It's huge, especially considering how close yesterday was. There was really only one game in it in terms of qualifying versus not for so much of the lobby into today's games. And, that's where we speak to the testament of this format, that it's really close competitively without giving unfair advantages. So well done, Tycoon, as you mentioned, Gino. But it's also testament to the skill of these players that it is close. And even those who were unexpected to be in the top 8 have made it in through to here today.
Someone just pointed out that Admiration's got his shirt on today. I wonder if that's changing up his play at all. Oh, okay. Apparently we're getting info that if you flood Admiration's stream and have been watching him for a long time, you can actually use channel points to take that off. So.
Oh, really? Let me check how many points I have.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
get it done, Karams. Get it done right now.
I have 7k points.
Surely
that enough?
that's enough.
How much is it? Oh.
Is it?
Oh, where is it? I can't find it.
Oh, please. This is going to be the best.
Oh, it's 30k. Okay.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. The jump is off. Is it only like one player, one layer per redemption? There we go. Boom. It's done. This is the power. This is the power we have. We should probably try not to abuse it too much. But there we go. The tats flexing. Absolutely love it.
Now, I don't want to put any ideas into Admiration fans, but for 200k, there is a pantless stream. You know,
yeah. I want the stream to
ass.
stay on air. So maybe don't redeem that one, Grames.
Okay, I'm a little
In
off
all
its
honesty,
way.
though, this is just an efficiency play here, okay? Admiration really just focusing on maintaining cooling, keeping a level head.
Yep.
That's what this is about, all right? Efficient cooling. We're here with Peanuts board, going up against Arfs. Arfs only 1 point behind here at 2-5. Has only taken a 2-point loss so far, and is Kha'Zix going to get one cast off before the end? Yes, manages that, and might actually get
those
the
Sentinel
carry
shields.
here.
Sentinel Shield's doing absolute work there. And that means that Senna can finish the job for Peanuts as he looks to roll in with the 4 streak. Finding the Aurelia. Nice. 3 Scan, 3 Sentinel.
Yeah, this Udyr is actually really underrated. Look, like stage 2, 2-star Udyr is really nice. With the Sunfire, I find it hard to see how he's going to lose from here, but there are a lot of strong players running around. There's another 2 players with a 4 streak at the moment, so Peanut will be hoping that he can get a 4 streak himself coming up to neutrals. Looks like he is going to come up against one of those win streak players. Varus 2, Deathblade, also has the Poppy 2 as well with that redeemed and the Ranger buff. This will be interesting. I'm not really sure if the Kha'Zix can get to the Varus. Oh, but the Syndra throws away the Kha'Zix. That will buy time for this Kha'Zix.
Oh.
And unfortunately, it's on top. This Udyr is doing a lot of work, actually. And it looks like Chubby Bunny's win streak is going to get broken here. That's really unfortunate, but that's really nice that Peanut has that 4 streak. And he's checking to see if Chunga has that 5 streak as well, and he does. So only one player with the 5 streak going into neutrals here.
99 health from Peanut. So does that mean I think he lost to a doppelganger first round? Because or unless there was an Abomination player somewhere. Do you know the stats for me, Krams? Is it, how many different ways are there to lose
you're
1
right.
health?
So it's probably a Hellion. So if you lose a Hellion, clone to be 1 HP, and then Abomination as well. So
yeah,
kind of one of those tilting losses. Obviously, if that didn't happen, it'd be a 5 streak.
right.
But you know, clearly he lost the fight. But yeah, made 30 goals. He's in a really nice position, just like last game. His economy is really nice. Has that Sunfire early game, Hodge as well, and has the tools just to really develop some strong damage items. Has that sword, has that bow. Looking forward to seeing, you know, what items he values going forward. As he sees a Rel, that's a really nice unit at this stage of the game that might make him consider leveling here and trying to protect his win streak.
Yeah, sitting at 4 with the Rel, I mean, that's a lot of shields to break through at 3-1. Can he find a way to fit it in? Or, as you say, will he use some of that precious gold to not even have to worry about the options and just slam it on top of the rest? Yep, he does it. Slams the hotkeys. The Rel is in. He's going up against Chunga as well, so good option to... He puts everything on it as well. Slams the Giant Slayer onto the Kha'Zix and absolutely wants this win.
Yeah, really investing in this win. Invested 16 gold into leveling for Rel and invested an item as well, getting that Giant Slayer in. Will it pay off for him? Versing Chunga, who is also win streaking, so definitely a high stakes fight here. The Kha'Zix is still alive. Managed to get in the center. Wow, that paid off for him dearly, breaking Chunga's economy and putting him in on a 5 streak.
Breaking his economy, breaking his spirit.
It's the Sentinel Shield again. That Kha'Zix would have fallen over but for that Sentinel Shield. Came through, gave Kha'Zix the extra attack speed, gave the extra health so that Kha'Zix didn't fall over to center. And that's why we saw Kha'Zix get another cast off. 1400-ish damage on a crit. And catch you later center in the back line. So huge. And it's all about timing, really.
So I had to sell the Kha'Zix actually, realizing that the Center 2 is a bit too high value, not really valuing the 2-piece assassin and just deciding to put the items on Olaf. So really nice as we swapped to Escher with the Frozen Heart Slam. That's really interesting. But that is a Nunu too. So we talked about Nunu carry earlier. Hopefully he can get through this Olaf, but that Sunfire is doing that burn. Manages to get through it, is on the back line now. Looks like he's going to win. And we talked about the Draconics. He's very rich right now. Has the double Ash. Find the Karma as well. So definitely in an interesting spot with that Nunu 2. And that Nunu 2 just provides, stabilization in this part of the game.
So much damage coming out from the Spellweavers here also, that you've got that Zyra, you've got that Ziggs, they're getting that infinitely stacking AP, manages to hit a set 2 with that Bramble Vest, has a Karma just waiting to be used, so really nice here for Escher. Hopefully some more of these eggs can crack on open and push forward with some great utility and value into the mid game.
Yeah, especially if we can find some of those four-turn eggs. It's always nice to grab, maybe just an extra couple of components, even if Draconic isn't what you want to end up with. Rarely is. Heimer we haven't talked about that much this weekend. Heimer seems to have fallen off a lot. Where it seemed like you almost always had to have a Heimer if you wanted to be in a winning position late game in a lobby a couple of patches ago. Now, it really seems to be a little bit more even, and I'd probably say Kale, I think, has taken up some of that space. Would you agree?
Yeah, like Raz has said, not a lot of people are playing AP, so if you're going to build AP items, a lot of people will be turned off by that. They don't really want to flex a Shojin. They'd rather flex, like you said, that AD items, Bloodthirster, things like that. So, yeah, I am a little surprised, like you said, that Heimerdinger wasn't shown, but, after talking to Razza in that break, it definitely makes sense.
It's one of those things, though, there's potentially uncapped damage with Spellweavers in a Draconic comp. Heimer not being a Spellweaver, but looking to your Zyra, looking to your Brand, your Ziggs, your Vel'Koz. If you manage to get a Spellweaver spat and slap that on a Heimer, amazing. But a Zyra carry provides a lot of damage and utility in the mid game because those vines, they penetrate. They go from corner to corner, gets every single unit along the way. And if you've got that paired with the Ziggs, like we see with Escher, and you can give, that's a Shojin waiting there. That could go great on Zyra right now, can go great on Ashe. And I think that's really powerful to get that stacking Spellweaver damage out.
We wants to keep the Spellweaver in, but obviously Ashe 2 over Zyra 1 was the call. Does end up putting the Zyra back in just to maintain that damage. The Shojin is slammed. And that's going to help this backline start to work through. The 3 items on the Udyr are not enough, and Nunu goes chomp, and there we go. That's a nice win for Escher here, rolling into the Radiant item. Now, at this point, you've slammed that. You've got Draconic going. Could this be a Heimer board? What are we going to want here?
So he has that Gunblade, which would open up the Vel'Koz option. Like you said, the Spellweavers is a great option. Banshee Silence is also one of my favorite utility Radiant items. Thinking about the Morello as well. Definitely some good options here. Gunblade's a bit tunnel vision, but I guess you might want something a bit more flexible so he can keep his options open. Offering over the Banshees right now. Not sure he's going to scout first before he makes his decision. Alright, who else is going to maybe go for this Vel'Koz? Do I tunnel for it? What's he going to pick here? Does end up going with the utility in the end. I like that option. Just keeping his options open and just an all-round solid good Radiant item.
Yeah, it's a very safe option, isn't it? Almost never bad, the Banshee's Silence. We've seen it come in very clutch, especially against some assassin compositions and that sort of thing previously, but it's pretty much always getting the job done.
This Nunu is so strong at the moment with these chomps. Great frontline carry unit, has a Frozen Heart for that extra utility, and chomp, chomp, and chomp away, my boy. That's how we do things. This Ashe 2 with the Shojin, also amazing. Doesn't do a heap of damage, so third on the damage chart there we briefly saw, but it's about that utility with Shojin. Getting the arrow out, stunning, and preventing that damage output.
Yes, we look at ARF board, so we got that typical Rage Blade, Death Blade ready to go, so probably going to be flex either Aphelios or Kale, depending on how healthy he is. He is 58 health, so going 8 and finding, you know, Kale 2 is going to be quite a stretch, I would think, at this point. Yeah, so maybe looking towards that Aphelios. He's going to roll down a bit. Obviously, he is only 58 health, does have some money left coming in with those eggs. What's he going to find? Oh, finds the Ashkin, actually. That's actually going to make Aphelios feel a lot better. But even just slam the items, okay. This is really, really nice. Find the early Ashkin is really good. And has the economy coming in, so how's he going to balance rolling and leveling here? It's going to be really hard knowing what to do here. I'm really interested to see how his board develops here.
Well, it is going to be an interesting one to watch. I mean, I love getting an early Akshan, right? I mean, it seems like one of those items that's one of those legends that's so strong if you can put the full 3 items on him. But you often don't get the option because you're too busy trying to stack your other carriers and you don't find him till later. So finding him early on in stage 4 does give you that option. But it looks like a Peanut has done that as well, and he's got Guinsu's Reckoning on there, which is just amazing. It's stacking up that damage and allowing him to just keep ziplining around.
I like the Bloodthirster here, so that's great. Getting that Negatron cloak in the shop. Grabbing a Aphelios. We've got an Ash on the bench. 2 Ash on the bench, I should say. So we'll get the Ranger in now. Aphelios with a Nightbringer, thanks to Lee Sin. Plenty of damage available there.
Finds the Aphelios space. So Devil finds very nice. Okay, so now it's a tough decision. Do you sell his auction? Obviously, it is providing the Ranger. He does have the Ash, so he could sell his Ashkin if he wants to get these 3 items on the Aphelios. We have to see which unit he values more. Obviously, we have seen an Ashkin already, so it might turn him off. But this unit is so nice. The extra, it is going to get that, you know, that reduced armor shred. So it's probably not worth selling right now. But yeah, it looks like he can flex into this Aphelios.
Really good positioning there, coming up against Escher. So we had the Ash Arrow actually caught the Rakan and didn't make its way through to Akshan. Gonna get a couple of extra casts off here, and that is a lot of stacking AD.
Wow, okay.
This is 210 stacked Deathblade, Luminous Deathblade. That's a lot of damage, and with that Bloodthirster, all of that healing as well. Arf's in a really good position with this board and the 2 Aphelios.
11k from a 1-star unit. That's pretty damn good. Be interesting to see, as you said, Krams, where he goes with that. You know, his front line looking a little bit sketchy now, a little bit low kind of cost. The back line, obviously, really where it's at for him, though. So we'll have a look at Admiration. Another Banshee Silence user. Got the Squid as well, though.
Good Squid here with the Shojin.
Has the option for Dual Golem, hasn't slammed that JG yet. Maybe looking for the Gunblade. The sustain is really nice on the Vel'Koz. But yeah, like you said, another Banshee Silence. Like I said, it is one of my favorite utility rating items. Really high impact and just helps protect all units. Not that great against Nocturne, but really looking forward to seeing, you know, what that 3rd item is going to be on this Vel'Koz. He does have the Dual Golem as a contingency plan, but I think he's going to look for that Gunblade.
Timo's dad has a strong Lucian that we caught a glimpse of there. Coming into this carousel, interested to see what Admiration picks up. Has those items on the bench, the cloak, the glove.
Jax
really
with
depends,
that bow on it. Would be helpful for someone who's looking down that kind of route. Same with the Viego.
Chonga here managed to hit the Spellweaver spat and has that on a Hecarim. So that's going to be pretty crazy. I mean, that kind of takes me back with some set 5, you know, Forgotten Ionic Spark vibes on a Hecarim. Get that infinitely stacking power for heals and for damage. So I like to see that. Now with Admiration pushing 8, has a Teemo in shop, but picks up the Garen to put in. No, going to grab the Rel for now. Has the 3 Abomination. And this is a really good board. Just deciding what to put in and where. Going to be grabbing the Teemo and dropping that in.
Gives him Invoker. Not amazing units on the A-bomb right now, but it's not really his priority. He's just trying to make sure this Squid and the Teemo can pair up to do enough damage. Scion just going to tank. Oh, nice mushrooms coming through there. This Lucian 1 has the Radiant Titans on it, which will allow it to just tank a bit further with that Bloodthirster on top of it. But nice. I think it might have actually been a big shot there from Lux to finish that one off.
Good tanking from the Monstrosity, the Scion, and a really good empowered auto attack from Lux takes the round, as you mentioned. Admiration, like there's plenty of players in good spots right now. I think the key is in determining how this lobby ends up is who's able to hit moving into like 5-3. You know, coming up to that next carousel after Raptors, who gets great items from Raptors or Econ or etc. Who gets the next great pickup from the carousel? Really going to be pushing the difference between coming in top 4 and bottom 4 in this game.
Ooh, that Aatrox has managed to find his way onto the Vel'Koz, who does not have a healing item. And that with a little bit of help from Zipline Boy there, will actually mean that Chubby Bunny takes down Admiration. One of the 2 players currently rocking an Akshan. It looked like they were actually going in different directions, though. We saw, as Admiration scouted quickly there, one of them going down the 4 Ranger route, while the other one was hitting on 6 Sentinels. Okay, we get the Spellweaver spat. That is quite the spike there from Admiration, being able to put that up. Well, actually, I say that. It doesn't take him up to 4 Spellweaver. So
Does. You got Chunga picking up a Spellweaver onto a Fiddle, and we've got the same here for Admiration. So a lot of damage there for Fiddlesticks. Is going to be a Spellweaver item available for the Monstrosity. Don't know how you feel about that, Crames.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It also makes more sense why he didn't go for that Gunblade on the carousel. He knew that the Spatula was coming out of that Blessing Seat. Yeah, does have that spell. We have Spat now, has 3. Hopefully he can find the 4th. He does have a Zyra on the bench, so that would be the 4th Spellweaver if he decides to use that. What's he going to do here? I guess you could drop Teemo, but I do like the Invoker. Maybe it's a Rel. You don't value the Invoker as well much. There we go. So Rel is removed. Redeemed is gone, but he does get in that 4 Spellweaver spike. So this board definitely got a lot stronger. He's actually going to put a QSS on the Vel'Koz, saying, okay, this thing's not getting CC'd. And also has a Strat as well. So a really good utility item and just a little tech there from Admiration.
QSS plus the Banshee's Silence will save you from CC, but it doesn't save you from ungodly amounts of damage coming out from this Akshan, who at the moment is pretty much the scourge of this lobby.
Yeah,
doing a lot of damage.
195 AD stack because it's the Luminous Deathblade. Plus has that Bloodthirster for that extra sustain compared to the other Akshan we've seen in the lobby. So Revenant Emblem is being hovered here. I think that would be a great pickup.
Finds the Rel too, so how's he gonna... Okay, so he does drop Invoker, puts in the Rel. I mean, he has 2 Teemos, I guess. Is he gonna sell these? But yeah, he does need that frontline, so I don't mind that play. He has the Shojin, not valuing the 2 Invoker as much. And just valuing more frontline. He needs to buy time for this Vel'Koz to get multiple casts off, but... Yeah, he's on 14 health, so he's just got to get as strong as possible, as quickly as possible. And make sure, he's positioning well, scouting well, and hopefully he can take this to a top 4.
Oh, the Shroud misses completely there. Maybe just grabbing a pike. Meanwhile, the Shroud on the other side is going to make it all that harder for the Vel'Koz to get that first Disintegration Ray off. The damage is good. Even Akshan taking some, but he does get away. The Hand of Justice going to heal him up. And there we go. Admiration taking just too much damage. It goes down to -1. You've got to remember, he took 2 Teemos, and he wasn't even using them at the end.
It's super sad. I see what he was trying to do, seeing what he was trying to achieve with the Teemos, but that 12 HP is a big gamble. And, not able to find a Teemo 2. So, maybe maybe it was a bit too cooled down, a bit too efficient there, and needed to make things a little warmer in the hot seat. We are going to have a sus of Peanut, who has the alternate Akshan, is the way I'm going to refer to it. There's a Ranger Thresh opposite on Chubby Bunny's board, which I think anything that gives Thresh a buff scares me in general. So it is going to be the Akshan. A lot of zip lines here. And a great Thresh Hook going to pick up one of them.
Oof. Okay. Looks like Chubby Bunny's one is the Akshan that stays alive, and so that means that he will take out the dub there. Going into the 5th stage carousel, we've got 6 players left alive. Gauges has not placed above 5th so far in this game, and unfortunately with a 7th, he's looking like he's on the outer. Still an impressive achievement to make the final lobby, but not his day today.
Picking up the Last Whisper, so yeah, does need to get some items on this solution. This will be Infinity Edge and Last Whisper, so a little bit more damage. Also has that 3-item Ashkan, so in a reasonable spot. He needs 4 more HP for that blessing, which is, I believe, a spatula and a component, if I remember correctly. So interested to see if he can get something like a Cavalier Spat or something. But he's going to keep rolling. Finds the Ivan too. That's going to help his front line out, but I really think he does need this 3rd item on the Lucian, but this board's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, because as it stands, that means the Akshan is going to grab that initial Sentinel shield. I guess that does mean he gets that ult off nice and fast, breaks the armor, and then Lucian can come in behind that. Of course, well, I suppose Lucian's breaking everyone's armor anyway, because he's got 100% crit alongside the Last Whisper.
And fighting Chunga. Chunga obviously leading, so if Chunga gets knocked out here, this will open up potential to catch up on him. As we see, I think that was 8 Aphelios I saw from someone. I didn't quite catch who that was, but yeah, Chunga out in 6, so that does open up the leaderboard a little bit.
Yeah, you are quite right. Arf's rocking 8 Aphelios and 4 Ranger. So obviously Akshan's been a little bit contested. Might be tough to sort of get him up to level 2 and find that spike. But the Aphelios 3 spike, that's serious.
If you hit Aphelios 3 there, you sell your Akshan 1 if you manage to have like 4 Ranger alternate. Because those Akshan items on Aphelios 3, we're going to see them here, the Luminous Deathblade, the Bloodthirst of the Ginsus, they are insane. But for like, you know, this swappable carry situation that we've been discussing with the AD items.
True
so
that.
you hit that, you really just, you change it up, put it on Aphelios and watch that absolutely pop. This Akshan getting a lot of damage in, as expected, as always, but the center route is going to stop it. Arfs just survives heading into Dragon.
Yeah.
3 HP, makes it to neutrals, buys him a bit more time. If he can find that last Aphelios, he will win the lobby, so bit of a race for him. Hopefully he can find it, but good timing for neutrals. Looking forward to seeing if he can hit it.
Okay, we're swapping to Arf. Let's see where he goes here. It's another Deathblade. That's a nice little pickup. He's got 2 Akshans there as well, which means it's not it's not too hard for him to switch around. We were kind of wondering whether, if he had to do that swap over with the Aphelios 3, as he rolls down.
Things are going down. They're trying to grief him. Can he find it? He sold his Galio. He's selling a lot of units here, just trying to find it, knowing this is his primary win condition.
Yep.
Doesn't have any more money. Might consider selling an Ashkan. He does. Oh, he can't afford the team, unfortunately. And unfortunately, he's made his board a lot weaker, but these 3 items on the Aphelios will be potent. Got to get those items down, though. He's got a lot of components on the board. And just try and survive.
He's putting the Banshee's claw there on his second Aphelios just to give that one a little bit more. But man, with the massive decrease in power after selling all of those units, just trying to hit the one win condition he knew he had, unfortunately, it's so close yet so far.
Oh, he manages the top 4. Teemo's dad taking more damage, so 4th is not bad. Hopefully that can help his leaderboard. But yeah, not too bad from him. As we look at Escher. Escher currently in first place on an 8-win streak with a scary-looking board. Has that Gwen too with a couple spats as well. So Escher in a great spot. Razzo obviously talked about Escher in the break. Finds the Rel 2 as well. This board is looking pretty scary, Judge.
It really is. You've got now the Ironclad 2, put the Jax in, has the Rel in. Garen 2 sitting in the front line. Gwen 2, as you mentioned, with a blue buff, which is even more scary. Going to be using that Zephyr to get rid of Akshan early in this Ghost fight. And let's see how Vel'Koz goes. Amazing items here with the Shojin Jeweled Gauntlet and the Giant Slayer. Akshan manages to miss most of that. Will take down the Vel'Koz. Here comes the Monstrosity. Big damage. Garen gets a cast off, but also falls at the same time. And we're left with a Gwen, who's just not quite enough. Akshan, super carry right now.
Finally.
They're really strong. Beating both players by the looks of it. So, Chubby, bring it in. Can someone find a way to deal with that Ashkan?
Finally does manage to get a level 2 Akshan. Everyone's been looking... He's just found a couple, even though it's not his preferred carry right now. You can see he's just constantly scouting. With some reasonable finishes today, a third, a fourth, a fifth. He's been quite consistent. A first here could push Escher up and start vying with Chunga for the top and the chance to represent OCE.
Oh, that's really good. We saw that Akshan here for Chubby did a cast and ended up right in front of the Monstrosity Grave, meaning that it didn't get to target Vel'Koz straight away. Now the board turning target all at once. They'll have to down so that the Hodge doesn't heal.
Wow.
There it is.
Okay. Escher on top yet again. The others now... Oh, we've still got 3 alive at 6-4, which, honestly, by this point, often you're down to 2, but another Zephyr, that's important. In these late games, Zephyr's often one of the most important pickups you can get on these carries. It means you can cheese it as well. He's already got all these 2-cost legendaries. You're seeing them in shop, and it doesn't really matter. Of course, he's at level 9, getting the extra chances for them there. The only thing he's got really to upgrade are the trait bots there, the Nautilus and the Brand. Okay. Thinking about putting the Invokers in with Syndra.
Commits to it as well by selling that 2 Rel, by selling the Nautilus. We've got Redemption to be slammed. And the Zephyr, we see that come through, and will prop up this Vel'Koz. Actually going to be good, though, because it means Akshan doesn't initially fight the Vel'Koz on his first cast. Oh! And the pivot! The Zephyr actually working against Peanut here. Prevented an early cast and meant that Akshan didn't get to target the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, little unfortunately, Ashkan just jumped into the Monstrosity. Monstrosity knocked it up and then just got deleted again. So down to a 1v1. This will be a huge, huge win for both of these players. Obviously, trying to push up that leaderboard. Sells, gets that Zephyr back. So really wanting a precision Zephyr here. Both players are reasonably healthy, so we could see a stage 7 here potentially. In my view, Escher looks a bit stronger. Got to play around that Thresh a little bit, but I feel like Escher's board is a little bit stronger. Just got to find a way to deal with that Ashkan. Can he hit the Zephyr on it? He's looking for it. Decides to put it on the front line. Only hits the Aatrox. Not ideal, to be honest, but okay. Can he find a way to kill this unit?
Oh, the Thresh Hook. He's going to bring in the Vel'Koz, so it's right in the middle now. Absolutely not ideal positioning for that, but it doesn't matter because the front line for Escher is too damn strong. Everything else is still alive, and Akshan can't do enough, and Escher does enough damage. GG.
Really, that Thresh working to help Vel'Koz. It pulled Vel'Koz in, which you're right, absolutely horrible positioning for a Vel'Koz. You don't want to be anywhere near the middle of the board. But when there's an Akshan that's trying to zip line to your back door, you want to get as far away from that guy as you can. And Thresh is just, come here, my child. Let me take you away from that horrible place so you can beam away to your heart's content. And that's certainly what happened for Escher.
Spinning around like a little disco light in the middle of the floor there. Any pickups there from you, Chromes?
That was great. Huge for Escher. You know, Raz had talked about Escher a little bit as a little bit of a dark horse that could take apart the next 3 games, and he's won the first lobby, and you saw how pumped he was, so hopefully he can continue into the next couple games.
Can't deny it. Raz knows his stuff. All right, let's take a quick break here, guys. As we come back, we'll give you the scores and take a look at those updated standings to see who's looking firm to take out this championship. See you in a few. With 2 games left to go, the race has tightened up a little bit, fellas. That was a good game if you wanted this to be an exciting finish, and you know, you're not just a diehard Chunga fan who wanted him to like fly out well in front. Because as we get a look at these scores right now, we're gonna see that first place from Escher has pushed him well into contention. And look at that, only 4 points between the top 4 of the lobby tonight.
Look, that 6th from Chunga is rough. Only 3 points because of that, and proving after those first back-to-back firsts in number 2 and number 3 that gods can bleed, and Escher is certainly one to make them suffer. So consistency is key here. If you're maintaining those top 4 placements every game, you're always going to be with a shot at the top spot, and Escher capitalizing on that in round number 4.
Yeah, you can see it's getting pretty tight up the top there. A couple of laggards. Krames, now that we've got 4 games done, who do you think's going to take it out, man? I'm going to give you a revised prediction here.
Okay, so I have a second choice, so I might betray Chubby Bunny. I still think Chunga has it in him. Yes, he went 6th, but he's been shown to be the most consistent player in this tournament. He was also consistent at MSI yesterday as well, so I'm going to jump on the Chunga hype train. I think he has what it takes to win it.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go for Escher myself, actually, because it looks like Timo's dad, unfortunately, well, look, there's a chance, but he's right down the bottom there. So, yeah, look, Escher, Chunga, both right in the driver's seat here as we roll around for Game 5, our penultimate game here tonight. All right, guys. Peanut, he's gone for the bow. He's got it on a center as well. Not a bad holder early. Kind of like this opening carousel choice from him.
Yeah, bow, one of the better, item options. Obviously, a lot of people have been valuing that. Finds the pike as well, so has those 2 sentinels, and like you said, center is a reasonable option to item hold early. Let's see what his shops look like. Can he find that Olaf, get that that 3rd sentinel? Have to see what he goes for here. Bit of a mix in the shop. Nothing that truly jumps out at me. Got a couple Legionnaires. Decides just to open up his options. Does put in those 2 Legionnaires. Lister definitely another good user of that bow. Opens up a potential abomination as well. So just keeping his options open. Did end up selling that center, so not really valuing that. Yeah, definitely can take this in any direction at this point.
Great other component picked up there with the glove. So on bench, we have a Last Whisper. Don't necessarily want to slam that straight away. Do have Udia 2. And there is an Olaf in shop, so could angle for skirmishes here after picking up 1 more. Or sentinels as we're holding onto that pike.
Yeah, saying he's opened his options up. Unfortunately, if he had held on to that center, he'd probably be in a better position right now with that Olaf and the Udia 2 coming through. We've had a couple of questions in the chat about what the stakes are here, essentially, for tonight and for OCE. And unlike WoW,
that
not
shop
a bad shop. And again, so sad he sold that center because, man, if you get 3 Skirm, 3 Sentinel at 2-1, you are so happy. But that's an alternate reality that we're not living in right now. It'll still be a decent start here for Peanut. But yeah, sorry, just back to the stakes, guys. So, unlike some other regions, OCE only gets 1 spot, It's only top 1 who gets to represent us on the world stage. So you can't just be consistent. You've got to be great. So our top player will be going through and representing us at Worlds. Of course, the others don't go away unhappy. Everyone playing in here tonight gets a look in at some cash prizes as well. 1,400 for the winner, all the way down to 400 for 8th place in our finals lobby.
While this format has rewarded consistency, I should say, and now is the time to play to win. Don't play not to lose. We've got this game, as you said, penultimate game, game number 5. And most people, if they get 2 firsts, could still take a win here overall. So, we need to make sure that as these players are settling in for the final 2 games of the night, they've got to throw caution to the wind and give it everything they've got.
Well said, Judge. Well said. Seeing a couple of slams come out. the front line, getting some buffs there. Warmogs, Dragon's Claw we saw as well. Let's see. Okay.
Playing a bit passive here, has the option to level, but he did lose the first fight, so definitely no rush at all. Might as well just see if you can get a loss streak going. And even if he did level, there's nothing crazy to put in. Yes, he'd maybe get another Sejuani in, but he's just going to take it slow for now, play for the carousel, try and get some good items, open up his options, and just wait for his time to counterpunch.
See, an early Shojin slam on the opposing MF is going to make this impossible for Admiration to take the win there. Escher, again, going for the early Spellweavers. Man, like, he really loves Ziggs, huh? Like, it doesn't matter if he's going early Assassins with an Assassin spat, or just trying to make his best board. His best board seems to often involve Ziggs.
Something to be said about yelling Kobe when Ziggs casts. You know, it's satisfying. Great way to tribute a great player. So, you know, gotta run with what you've got. And Brand with a needlessly large rod. Brand hurts, and that reduction in magic resistance as well, on top of just the straight damage from that burn, is really useful. So, I'm a big fan, mostly because Brand and putting a blue buff on that unit is fun. Plus, you know, my namesake, Judge Brand has to support, you know, one of his own.
I mean, I hate Kale. not a carry I favor, and you know, I think she's a disgrace to our name. Honestly, she's not healthy for the game, that's for sure.
Right, Kale Gino looking for a name change maybe. As Escher went level 5, so played that aggressive. We talked about level 5 last game. Hopefully it doesn't backfire on him. Looks like this Bramble Hecarim will be enough. Not quite enough damage coming out of gauges, but yeah, choosing to play aggressively, trying to push that win streak. He will be last pick into this carousel, but yeah, looking to win streak in, and you know, if he does well in this game, he really wants to try and outplace Chunga. If he can even get, you know, 1 or 2 places ahead of him, he'll jump him really. So have to see what he goes for. What's going to be left over? Quite a good variety. He's got an open sword, so maybe something like that Giant Slayer. Oh, yeah, actually has an open rod as well, so Rage Blade is an option. Has the best option as well. What is he going to go for? Does go for that bow, so we might see a Rage Blade here, but Brand, not the greatest user, but it's not terrible either.
No, he's not, but, you know, it's a good time to at least be able to grab that and work towards it. You can see he's scratching his head. He doesn't know if that's what he actually wants. I mean, oftentimes, you know, it can be hard to get bows that early on a carousel if you're last pick and you've stuck the landing and got the 3 wins to start with, but not happy with that option. Is he gonna slam? Still thinking about it. No, he's gonna sit on this for the moment. 3 cav early on with a Bramble on that Hecarim is gonna make him fairly strong. You can see it's doing okay, but this is a pretty stacked Olaf here from Peanut. 2-star, 2 items. It's going to eat through his units with ease in the end.
And that's the top of the lobby fight. Now, only Peanut is the one win streaking, with the potential to win streak the whole way into Krugs. We'll have to see if Peanut can make it all the way through. Here watching Arfs, there's Escher with the 2-star Brand, and Chunga picking up a 2-star set. Not really the units you want in the store if you're Arfs playing with an MF, Knights, Stormbringers, really just a strong Forgotten board.
We haven't seen much reroll Forgotten, which is interesting because we did see it win a lobby yesterday. We got that Exodia Sejuani.
Yeah, and still no item slam for Escher, so, you know, that loss, you know, he can play passive now, but he does have that Brand too, so that will be a bit strong, but he is stuck on the Dragon Claw of this Gragas. How long can this Gragas last? But this MF of the Shojin is just doing a lot of damage in the backline, just a good balance of frontline and backline in this comp at the moment. Definitely a really solid board, makes 20 gold as well. Definitely in a really nice spot.
Peanut still win streaking with that ridiculous Olaf here. And such a great board. 3 Skirmisher, 3 Sentinel, 2 Legionnaire. So satisfying. It really buffs up this Aurelia as she gets to capitalize on Legionnaire and Skirmisher and Sentinel. All 3 of her traits being used. So Riven pickup here as well. Perhaps a Legionnaire leaning game.
I mean, the fact that he's gone that Titans definitely makes me, lean towards Jax, right? Like the Bloodthirster, sure, it's useful on a lot of stuff, but Titans, I feel like not as good. And because he's got the glove there as well, that means he's only 1 item away from, potential best in slot there for Jax. So could just depend on what Radiant item he picks up as well. But yeah, having a lot of 2 stars on the board means Peanut is loving life right now.
I think if we saw Radiant Hodge, that would be my favorite right now for Peanut. To really transition this off of Olaf onto a Jax. Radiant Hodge for that insane damage plus healing boost. You've got the Titans there. You've got the Bloodthirster. I think that would just be an amazing combo.
Yeah, I think one of the only problems is sometimes Jax can't get the job done if he doesn't have the last Whisper, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he needs something to keep him alive, and because he's got the Bloodthirster already, that position is kind of filled. Titan's also helping out with that a little bit, but Titans kind of does everything. But yeah, without the last Whisper, as we were talking about before, so many teams are using front lines with Ironclad and Knight that sometimes you just have to have that to cleave through them, or they will outscale you.
Very true, my friend. And especially with Jax not leaning into an Akshan composition, you're not getting that unit that's doing the armor cleaving for you. So, yeah, you're right. As much as the Fist of Fairness is fun to say and fun to use, I think we're going to have to get a final Whisper out of Radiant Armory to really rub the pain into those tanky comps.
Well, starting to ramp up on the Knights as well now, including the Nautilus and the Thresh. Ooh, no, maybe he wants to keep Sentinel in just for now until he gets to level 7.
Valuing those
It'd be
Knights.
interesting to put that Thresh on the front line.
Yeah, he really valued those Knights. He took out Sentinel at 3-1 and put in a Leona and the Thresh. Really interesting. Really trying to value those Knights. Maybe potentially looking towards a Kayle with these items. But like you said, I do like these items on the Jax as well. Interesting choice. We did talk about Knights at the start of the broadcast about how popular it was, and he has the early Nautilus, and he's just really valuing those units. So interesting to see what he values in the upcoming shops.
Insane damage coming out of this Olaf and the Callista as well, getting a couple of spears off. We saw late in that round, Callista just absolutely slapping a Brand in the back line, firing from range and connecting well. So I like this comp for Peanut, but I think where it's really going to have to transition nicely is into finding that Jax, into finding those mid-game carries and moving more towards the 4-cost units, getting that Rel, getting that Jax, Ironclad, plus Knight, and hopefully we've got that glove on the bench. We just need a bow for a last Whisper, so we don't need to rely on a final Whisper from the Radiant Armory for best in slot.
Yeah, and look, maybe Krams is right. Wouldn't be the first time that he was right and I was wrong. Maybe that is only the mid-game transition towards the Kayle. Might depend a lot on where this Radiant Armory goes.
Yeah, really aggressive leveling coming out from Peanut, really trying to protect that win streak. He off-leveled to 7, dropping to 20 gold, but it did give him that Sentinel power spike and also allowed him to keep in the Knight. So really valuing those Knight frontline plus the Sentinel as well. As he come into Carousel here, there is a Jax with a bow. Unfortunately, his last pick, so he just has to pretend it's not there and start thinking about what he can take. He does have an open glove, so he could close that, but like you said, the Radiant item is coming up, so maybe that will have something goodies. But the Jax
It's
is still
happening.
up, actually.
It's happening.
Is that Jag? Will he get it, actually? Last pick.
He's going to pretend he doesn't want it.
Oh, he tried to
Played
fake
the
it
mind
out.
games.
He tried
Yeah.
to show that he wanted the belt, but it didn't work. He just didn't buy it. But yeah, really interesting. Can't believe that went to the last pick. See a Draven and a Rel in this shop, so you could potentially get Ironclad in over the Knights. I think that would be a bit more high value. Have to see what he does here.
Man, it's always such a feels bad. You're like, oh, I'm never getting it. And you like resign yourself to the fact that your last pick and you can't get what you want. And then it happens and then, nah, it's over the other side. The other guy grabs it first. You don't even have a chance to race them to it. Always a sad time.
I really want to know if Gages is actually using it. Or if Gages has picked
True.
it up, looking at
True.
Peanut's board and gone, they really want this Jax. That's perfect Jax right here. No way I'm letting Peanut have that. I am just behind Peanut in this lobby, 92 HP. I want to take over. I'm not giving them that spike.
Oh. It's a bit of a spike finding the rel. You see that massive shield and stun come through there and make a massive difference. Going to continue to keep this win streak alive for Peanut, who's going to be sitting on 9 in a row. Okay. Now we've done so much speculation, and we're going to not get to see what Peanut gets in his Radiant Armory right now. He's scouting. We're going back, and you can see that Jax was used. There you go. That's the answer to your question. Oh, some interesting options here. He's got the Rosethorn Vest, the Rascal's Glove. What do you think, Rams?
Well, he did have a scout. I would scout to see, do I need Bramble in this lobby? How many assassins are there? I didn't quite catch the full scout there, but I guess he's just valuing the Rascal here. Very, very nice. 2 full Radiant items. What's he going to... He's going to put on something that he will probably sell off later. Yeah, definitely a really solid item.
I think it's just like such a staple item. Rascal's Gloves is amazing. It just is. You're getting 2 extra Radiant items out of it. The key is making use of it and putting on someone that can use offensive and use defensive items. Udia certainly can in the front line. Another one that's quite good at it is Aurelia. We also see that with Diana, quite good at using both defensive and offensive items. So, great pickup here. Consistent, going to be useful throughout the whole game. And just disappointing that Eternal Whisper wasn't available for Peanut here, but we did see it in a Radiant Armory. I think it was Escher that had it available.
Yeah. Can't always have what you want, Judge. It's a life lesson for you.
There's a Fist of Fairness on a board here, though. It's on a Vel'Koz, so I can at least see a Fist of Fairness in this game. Just I don't get to play with it.
Well, Admiration deciding that the shirt off was not the best way to play.
Excuse me, Heimerdinger Garen at 1%, both in the one shop. The shirt goes on and the luck improves.
It's a simple equation, really.
Definitely
having to roll
a shirt
down
diff there.
very deep. You can see he's only at 49 health, but he's gone down to almost 0 gold here. What do you think about this roll down, Crames?
Yeah, looking good. Got a lot of options, and yeah, he found a lot of legendary units. The quality of his board is quite high right now. Even as the Kale holding onto it at the moment has a Vel'Koz pair. Waiting to see what his armory is. But yeah, going back to this Vel'Koz, he played this last game, didn't quite cap it out, but with this Heimerdinger, definitely an option. Could potentially run some Invokers as well, but he has 2 Karmas and 2 Vel'Koz, so maybe, will he swap out this Vel'Koz if he finds the Karma first? Interested to see, how he develops his board. And close fight. Can he get through it? The Bramble is just blocking all that damage, just did not want to die. That is pretty tilting. But we'll have to see what item he goes for here. So there is a Tear and a Rod, both really reasonable items. Also, still has a Reforger, so maybe he had to try and get a component he needs as he picks up another Invoker. So that will be 2 Invoker if he can get the Karma in. Decides to take out the Vel'Koz. Will he sell this unit? That'll be a big tell on what kind of comp he's thinking about. But he does find the Vel'Koz too, so he's going to swap back. That's fair enough. Let's see what he does here. Still has a Hecarim in. Decides to put in Nunu, actually. Gets a 3 A-bomb in now with the brand, plus the Fiddle as well. Going to start distributing items. Puts the Warmogs down on that Nunu. It's going to provide some tankiness. Let's see Archangels in as well. Gonna reforge, try and get a sword, but gets a vest, not too bad. At least he has a potential shroud or even a hodge, so definitely some okay items there.
Yeah, he's got the hodge option, but he's not gonna slam that. So maybe he'll just see if he can get the sword off the carousel, considering he will be one of the first picks. Going up against that Rascal's Gloves now from Peanut, who's looking to actually lose for the first time this entire game. A couple of slams. The deep rolls from Admiration might be just enough to punch through. There we go. Olaf's healing is okay, but it's not enough to save him from the 2-star squid.
Yeah, Disintegration Ray tearing Olaf to pieces there. Not much that the Barbarian can do about it. And this is a really great board for Admiration. We'll have to check back in with Admiration later to see if that shirt stays on and see what else comes through. Escher now with the Nikos to make Aphelios 2. We've got 4 Nightbringer. We've got 2 Knights with the Garen and the Thresh. We've got a 2 Diana with a Tear. And going to be putting the Bramble and Davala's Stoneplate on Garen.
Oh, he really wants that redemption on the Garen, huh?
Yeah, but unfortunately, the tier is stuck on Diana. I don't think he's ever going to remake that. Tier on Diana is reasonably fine. But yeah, he's in a really good spot. He played Aphelios, I believe, in the last game of the day yesterday and won that lobby. So he's very comfortable in this comp. Has a really strong Aphelios. 2-star Aphelios at this stage of the game is very powerful. Definitely worth investing your Nico into doing that. He's going to be 3rd pick on this carousel. So interested to see, you know, how does he close these items? Like you said, he would like a redemption potentially on that Garen. Can he find a tier here? Maybe he'll go for something like a Frozen Heart, even on this Diana. But I think he has to get this 3rd item on the Garen to solidify his front line.
Tier not going to be available, so it's absolutely this Lulu. And you can see Asher prepping, not going to take it. Looking for the glove instead.
Interesting. So I guess valuing that Banshee's Trapclaw potentially on that backline, making sure this Aphelios cannot get CC'd. I actually didn't see that line, so I really like that thought, but for sure he's going to take that Wall Mogs for the Garen, but deciding to value protecting his strongest unit at the moment. I have to see if he does do that or if he has another idea in mind.
Well, if there's one thing Ash has shown us so far today, it's that he can, he can see those options where no one else can, and he can play them like no one else can. So, okay, there we go. Here's the Banshee. With 4 Nightbringer. Where do you see this evolving, Krams? He's got that very strong Garen at the front there, but, Nightbringer doesn't have a God King anymore. So are we going to see this go into a 6 Nightbringer? Or, as he moves into level 8, where do you see it evolving?
Well, I was going to say he needs an action, but look at this. A 2-star coming out from Chubby Bunny. That is a really scary unit, but yeah, looking forward to seeing how many Nightbringers. I don't think you need 4 Nightbringers. His Vladimir is not doing a lot. Maybe play towards more of a Knight front line, so like 4 Knights, or maybe even just like a vertical comp would be good. Finds the Ralphs, that does open up a potential Ironclad with this Nautilus, so he could drop a couple Nightbringers here. There is the Rel, there is the Ironclad, plus the Knight as well, so... And he is going to get away from Sejuani as well. He wants to level, get that 4th Knight in, so I guess it's looking like he is going to make that play as soon as he goes level 8.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Thresh in the front line. Doing it, I haven't seen if there's any assassins in this lobby, because that's why you have a Thresh at the front, right? To be able to hook backwards and pull someone away from your Aphelios. So good positioning for if that will be the case. A Thresh picking up the Aphelios here. That will activate the Bloodthirster and the Nightbringer trait all at once, I believe it has. It was low enough. And we're going to see a lot of damage coming through here. Second hook from Thresh now. Going to pick up the MF. Great damage from the Aphelios cast. We'll get a second one. No! So close, but not able to hit the second cast. Would have put Aphelios over 10k damage in that fight, and I think what may have been enough to clutch it.
Yeah, I'm really empathizing there. I actually stay away from Aphelios because every time I use him, I just get like, it just doesn't feel good, man. Every time that happens, because his cast just takes so long to happen, that every time he gets to that second cast, you built Bloodthirster on him and he doesn't get there. Or like he fires the arrows, and they don't reach their targets in time to heal him. It's quite frustrating, and you could see that showing on Escher's face there. You know, his Thresh really struggled in that fight as well. The double Banshee's Claw was certainly working out for his opponent there. Now he might be able to make a double Banshees of his own, though.
They're going to be
I
a
was
big roll
wondering
down
if he'd grab that Diana there and sell down to have that tier free, to have redemption and have a 1-star Diana. Would have been risky, but he's prioritizing here.
Ooh, Akchan. Certainly better than the 2-star Varus. Kinda wants to get the Ironclad Knight in there, but
Yeah, I
can't
think
quite
he has
do
to
it.
drop Vladimir and Sejuani and get this Norlis and level 2 Galio in. I feel like it's just so much stronger. He's a little indecisive there. Hopefully he doesn't take too much damage, but yeah, like you said, he does have that second Banshee's Claw in now. Really looking, probably going to look for a third Aphelios item on this upcoming carousel. Looks like he is going to win this fight. Can he take down this monstrosity though? Very strong, but does manage to do it. So yeah, I think he will make that play, drop down the 2 Nightbringer, get the extra frontline in. It's just to see if he does make that play. There is a full item, full item right here. What's he going to take? This is actually, Cavalier's interesting. He does have the...
Cavalier Garen?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, seen some spicy Cavalier units in this tournament already. Makes the Ivan 2. Oh, that is... Okay, he's finding a lot of good units here. Finds the Garen pair.
Huh?
Puts in... Okay. Maybe looking to run a few more Cavs instead, but... Puts in the Teemo as well. Okay, this board's getting very interesting. Obviously, we have seen Escher value the Teemo in the past in this sort of comp, so... I definitely did not see that line coming, but has the Invoker, and like you said, it will just allow this Aphelios to cast a bit more often.
I love that we just keep saying that, right? Like, I didn't see that line coming. And it's just, it's what you love watching about Escher play, is just these quick transitions. They're amazing, and the way he can just find the best board where no one else sees it is what is really setting him apart here. He takes out the Garen, but he's still got one on the bench. And we're going to lose our first player for the lobby. Chunga goes down low. Teemo's dad is out. Admiration and Chunga on 1 life here. So just to recap those scores for the viewers, I know there's a lot of people out there using exclamation scores in the chat. That'll give you that live view if you want. But for those of you who can't, Chunga on top with 24 points there. Escher 1 point behind him. Peanut 1 behind that. 22, and Arfs on 20. There's sort of the top 4 we're watching at the moment. So with Peanut and Arfs up the top here, Escher doing okay, and then Chunga on his last life here in Game 5. So could be a bit of a shift at the end of Game 5.
There's good damage coming out here. That's a scary Jax with the Rascals gloves. Got a crit glove and a Warmogs. That's part of it. Great damage coming through from the Teemo and from Aphelios. Big displacements from the Diana. And Teemo just absolutely nailing this opposing Aphelios.
Yeah, a bit too strong, but the big news is Chunga is out in 7th. That is a big change, as we see Admiration on 1 HP and a Dream. He has first pick on this carousel. What's he going to prioritize here? Haven't had a good look at his board. Looks like he is heading for that Zephyr potentially. Obviously providing a good amount of utility in this late part of the game.
Couple interesting defensive options here. Cavspat, Warmog, Zephyr. That's a pretty chunky Galio. Seeing a couple of them around the boards. Now with Chunga out, he did have a little bit of a lead over some of these other players. But it seems kind of likely that he will slip out of first place after this game now. Almost certain, in fact. Admiration. He's down on 14 points overall. And would need a first really to be within striking distance.
Chubby with this scary action on the side there. Not going to be Zephyring that. It's going to be Zephyring the Jax that has the Banshee's Claw. Great damage out of Vel'Koz, but not enough. Akshan gets on the zip line and absolutely claps him. Big cast coming out here, and the rest of the board for Chubby is just so tanky as well. Admiration going to be going down -15. And that's going to be top 5 decided in this game.
Yeah, so Chunga going out in 7, that's definitely going to help a lot of these players who are really trying to gun for that last place with a few games to go. As we look at scouting around, there's a Ranger Kale, actually. I haven't seen that before, but looks like Escher is posturing himself for a level 9. Hopefully he doesn't die here. That would be tragic, but if he can go 9 and get, some more high-value units, he can definitely put himself in a position to win this lobby.
As you say, economy is good. Coming into the neutral round gives him that extra buffer he can use to try and roll down for that. So can he survive is the question. The double trap claw there. Akshan not going to help him do damage, but it's going to keep that backline carry in the Aphelios safe just for the moment. The level 3 misfortune, though, with the Earth Angel staff is going to be too much. Now, how much damage is Escher going to take here? I think this is
17. I think he's going to die here. -1.
Oh, it's
no.
exactly 16 and 50 gold in the bank. Ugh.
That's a feels bad.
Definitely
just has such a strong board.
Oh, that's okay.
Big board.
Yeah, just too strong. Just too tanky. Just could not get through some of those frontline units. Had the Ironclad emblem in there as well. Just couldn't find the damage. Unfortunately, it's really unfortunate for Escher as well. He was just about to go 9 and make a big play, but unfortunately, exactly lethal. As we look at ARFs here, with this MF3, we spoke about how we haven't really seen too much MF reroll. We saw it a little bit yesterday, but MF3 looking good. Also has the Ironclad on this Galio, so I can definitely see why Escher's Aphelios could not get through this board. Looking a bit strong. Puts the Rageblade on the...
What?
On the Ivan, actually just wanting to get that Daisy down as soon as possible, realizing that no one else can really use it that well. I mean, Thresh is an option,
Garen?
but yeah,
Walk me
maybe
through
Garen
this.
as well.
I would have put it on Garen, but
yeah, decides to value the Ivan Daisy, just get that extra AP as well. So see how that turns out. Hasn't got the Stimmy yet either, so even if he does lose his streak here, he's going to get a bit more of a power spike, but have to see how he goes up against the strong board is actually going to.
yeah, I like how he's evolved this. I'm not sure if there was, some Hecarims and whatnot earlier on. Obviously, that'd be your sort of typical board when you're re-rolling for MF and you grab those units along the way. But this one, it's a lot stronger. You've got some of those big later game units, the Ivan, the Garen, really helping out there and supporting that MF to keep her alive. But unfortunately, the blessed Bloodthirster on the Akshan, he's just going to keep him alive for a little bit too long, I think, as these units dwindle one by one.
It was super close, but just so much damage and healing from Akshan. It's a 2 Akshan as well. And we saw earlier in that fight, Akshan's positioning was just in front of the MF for 2 casts. So those 2 casts meant that Akshan was just focusing on the MF. MF dropped a lot earlier than we would have liked, and meant that a lot more damage wasn't able to get out. MF with that Earth Angel staff is looking to stack damage.
Wow, okay, I thought that was going to be a Teemo for gold, but it's a Teemo to stay alive. Peanut has a lot of items to use here. Yep, priority always on that Shroud, of course, to make sure its ability is used at the start of the round. Not even placing that tier he's got at the bottom there could be helpful. He's down to 3 life. He needs to make something happen. A big Volley Bear knock up followed by the Ivan, is going to keep Arf's units in place while this Aphelios does the damage with 25 Titan stacks. Now, the last cast doesn't come out, and the 3MF is going to put him in the grave.
I was really hoping we'd get to see the Teemo GA, cruel interaction. I think that it's really awesome that, Teemo, if it gets targeted first and you're left kind of like that MF versus Teemo and the Aphelios, if MF takes the Teemo first and then gets to take down the Aphelios next, Teemo comes back and forces that 1v1. It's really fun to do and really helps secure some of those extra 1v1 opportunities with Cruel. Not to be gauges with a massive Lucian and Akshan. I'm not sure how I didn't see that Lucian before, but double Hodge, crit glove, my lord.
Yeah, a lot of damage going to come out. Can the Lucian get on MF? No, it's too tanky. The Pike does manage to stun. The Ashkin is still alive though. Can he find a way to kill this Misfortune? Just doing way too much damage in the backline. Just cannot get through this front line. This front line is just way too tanky. But this is going to be a close finish, I think. Can he dodge? Oh my god, just does not want to die. Going for the 1v10, but just not enough. And unfortunately, Gageus does go out. Will Chubby join him? Potentially. Looks like Chubby is fighting the ghost. This Ashkin is still alive. Can he get through the years? He can. Clean sweep. Oh my god, he stays alive. Secures at least a second. Oh, that was close.
That's a straight up Radiant win there. I mean, that was so close. A normal Bloodthirster, I don't think would have done the trick, right? That was only because he had the blessed Bloodthirster that it adds that extra healing. So, good job. Arf's now in the lead with 1 life left for Chubby Bunny. You gotta remember, Arf's was only 4 points off the pace when he started this game, and a first, considering Chunga went out in 7th, considering Peanut went out in 4th and Escher in 5th. That means Arfs has every chance here to actually take the lead with the first here.
I mean, that would just ruin my caster curse. I jumped off him, went on Chunga, and unfortunately, that hasn't done that well. But I have to see, puts the Gunblade on the Garen, so it should be a bit tankier. So will that make a difference? Just watching the Garen here. He needs to find a way to kill the MF as well. I think this will be quite a long fight. Looking forward to seeing who comes out on top. Got the tank versus the damage. Got to get that Deathblade stacking. Like you said, he does have that Bloodthirster with the sustain. Does Arfs have the DPS to burst this unit down? Has a lot of units left. Got to try and find a way to pin this unit down. And it doesn't want to die. And manages to get through it. That's going to be a big loss. That's going to be a win for Arfs. That's huge. Chubby out in 2nd. That'll help his leaderboard. Just way too tanky. Just no one could get through his board.
No one in the end. Twists and turns means that we're going to have more shuffles coming into Game 6. So while Chunga was having a sweet start to the night, he's fallen off a little bit there in Game 5. But we'll come back soon with Game 6, guys. The final game. We will decide who takes home the $1,400 and, more importantly, takes it all the way to Worlds. We'll go for a quick break, guys. Now, please stay with us and crown an OCE champion. The final game is upon us. Game 6 of the OCE TFT Reckoning Dawn of Heroes Regional Finals is upon us, gentlemen. We have a scoreboard for you very soon, and it will show you a tale that we're so eager to see play out. Look at that. The scores within a hair's breadth of each other coming into the final game. What more could you want? Arfs, with that win, takes himself to the lead on 28, but Escher and Peanut are only 1 point behind with Chunga there as well. Now, we just discussed Chubby Bunny's still in this, okay? There are actually 5 players who could take out the dub and represent us at Worlds here. 23 is enough to get him in front, isn't it, guys?
It certainly is very tight probability on that one. Chubby Bunny would need to get first and have Arfs, Escher, Peanut, Chunga go 8, 7, 6, 5. Pretty much in that order as well for this to make sense and for this to work. So really need to be tight on the win here. If we see Admiration, we see Gauges go out 8th and 7th, then it's done for Chubby Bunnies. There is no way that they can take that top spot, but they'll still be fighting for their fair share of the prize pool.
Absolutely. You know, $400 upwards. It gets better from there. Still plenty of cash to be splashed around. Man, Karames, you've seen the scores. You know the stakes. Who is going to be walking away as number 1?
Well, I think the winner of this game will decide it. You know, it's so close. The winner's going to have a huge advantage. So who do I think can win this game? Most likely, I think Chunga. He's been the most consistent. He's up there with winning the most games. So I'm on the Chunga hype train. I think he can win this lobby.
Okay, Judge, one more chance here. Who do you think it's going to be?
I haven't changed all day. It's the Chunga train. I said it from number 1, most consistent, and this tournament format rewards consistency. And I'm going to say it again. Didn't change in the middle when we had Razza come through. Not changing now. It's Chunga all the way.
Well, I'm changing as often as Escher's changing his boards, and that's why I like him. So I'm going to go with Escher. Why don't we jump into Game 6 now and see those all-important first picks on the carousel. Boy, Escher's got the bow. Arfs has the glove. Where did Chunga go?
Not sure, but Escher did get his comfort pick, got his bow. That's been his, what he's been gravitating towards. So can Escher use that and feel comfortable in this game? As we said, the winner of this game really is going to pretty much decide it. So as we look at Admiration, obviously Admiration is in that lower bracket. He can't win, but he's still going to want to play hard. He's going to try and win as much of that prize money as he can. So he'll definitely be playing hard. Looking forward to seeing what comp he goes for in his final game of the tournament.
Yeah, these guys still can push their way up the leaderboard, as you said. We did get a little scout there from Admiration. Chunga went the Vest. Is that going to be a Sunfire Slam, or is there maybe something else you see coming there, Judge?
Look, Sunfire Slam, depending on units, could be a potential early Titans. I think that would be really adventurous, but it could be. It's a possibility. Escher here with a lot of units coming through from that minion round, and also has dog buff, so that's worth mentioning.
Yes. Wait, sorry, I'm not crazy. That's a different dog to before,
yes.
right?
Yes, it is. That's Coco.
Like the dog didn't just run off and get some brown stripes painted on. I'm pretty sure the last one was slightly whiter. Actually, I think you might be able to see it. Is that on his left shoulder? Is there just a hint of Dog 2 there?
I'm not sure if it's Dog 2 or if it's Comforter, but no, you're right. There is alternate dog. We are seeing that we've got the Beagle buff right now, so interested to see how that works into the mid game for Escher. Will pick up this Leona 2 and smack the level. So looking for that early level here for the level 4 into the shop. Not going to get a 3 cost appearing. Does have that Nidalee already.
Is that something that we can also change by channel points? Because I loved the fact that, we've leveraged our audience here to, get Admiration to take his shirt off. Is there a channel points thing for to make Escher get one dog or the other and have them appear on stream?
I'm not
As if
sure,
they
but I
should
think
be.
if he does win this lobby, we will see the shirt coming off because that will go a long way to seeing him at Worlds. I think we saw that. We saw that at MSI. I think he just scraped in and took the shirt off. So if he does win this lobby, I am expecting a shirtless stream. So we'll have to see if he can make that work. But he's looking really strong right now. Finds the early Sentinel and Skirmisher. Did pretty level, try and hit the extra nearly. But this board's looking really nice. Definitely a win streak board. Hopefully he can find a good item here on the armory to really help him solidify this win streak.
Maybe we need like an OCE TFT calendar.
Wow. That sorry, that
I'm
caught me
just-
off guard, Kale. Mostly because
Wow,
what a brilliant idea we could
Yeah.
put that towards, you know.
I'm sure we could
towards
find
charity,
some
those
sort of
firefighter
charity or
calendars.
something. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going with it. Yeah.
I love it. Look, we're going over to Peanut, who is on 94 HP, has Udia 2 and Set 2 in the shop. Doesn't have Draconic right now, but that is a good couple of early units. Going to be looking to pivot to the Skirmishers, potentially. Does sell the Zigs levels, and we're going to get Skirmisher Sentinel. So we're seeing 2 of that now in the lobby. Holding on to this set. Not sure if they want to take it. Interesting items here, too. Could slam a Ginsu's if they wanted to. That could be useful on Olaf, but I think that'd be a little premature.
Ooh, actually
Oh, wow.
opts to take that out. I thought maybe he was going to wait until he saw if he won the battle and then, use the extra gold to pick up that set 2 just so he could have the option to grab the center to, keep the center pair at least for the meantime. Anyway, he's going to slam the Rage Blade, and obviously he's got a very strong board now with the Sentinel, as well as those 2 2-star units. So Arf's going to go down, and Peanut with a good start. You got to remember, Arf's, Escher, and Peanut are the 3 and Chunga are probably the 4 we're following most closely. Chubby Bunny is going to have a chance here, but it's more of a mathematical possibility than a probability.
But we still have faith, right, Gino? We still believe.
Yep. Totally.
Peanut changing up a little bit of positioning. Not sure if Udi is on the inside, if Aurelia is on the outside. It will be a change here that insulates that Udi a bit more. Arfs is trying to make this work with the Zigs in the back line and does have another Nidalee. So a couple of early Nidalees we've seen here. He's going to get some good damage on the back line there against the Zigs and against the Zyra, but I think this Tristana is going to be Arf's undoing.
Yeah, Arfs usually has that like sheep picture down the bottom right of his stream, but I think the sheep's probably chewing the cable right now, which is why his internet is struggling a little bit. So we're just gonna switch over to Admiration and have a look at his POV. Of course, guys, we are constrained by we're watching this through the player's eyes, so we're just got to do what we can with them. 1 spat on the board. Admiration says second pick. Yeah, I'll take that. You're always happy to get that as a second pick. That's you can see he's giving the shifty eyes right there, being like, how on earth did I pick that up?
Admiration's also got Glove on bench, so there's a Sin Spat, has a level 2 Kha'Zix, so could be looking to push Assassins this game, has that Pocket Spat. We always love that. And there's a Pike in shop, there's another 2 Kha'Zix, so
yeah, right.
Could make Sin Spat and almost have 6 Kha'Zix there as well. That's
a bit
certainly
alright.
a good option.
You know what
And
I
then
love?
we can slam that on Leona with Sunfire and have Assassin Sunfire Leona too.
I mean, that's certainly one thing I love. I was going to say, what I love is picking up a unit with a spatula, making it 2-star, and then it automatically pops the spatula off because it can't have an assassin spat on an assassin unit. It just feels nice. But unfortunately, Judge's dreams of Assassin Leona not going to come to fruition. Perhaps a little bit better used as a frontline tank unit for everyone to focus on first. But Assassin Soraka, almost just as spicy as we're seeing that innate ability come through from the Assassins there, and her ultimate critting, and it's going to be just enough to put Admiration over Arfs.
That Kha'Zix was hectic as well, and while we would like to see a 3 Kha'Zix, grabbing that extra one was not prioritized for Admiration compared to maintaining that 30 gold, and I completely get it. Playing for the economy, you want that economy to start stacking as early as possible. And if there's a win here, wow, okay, selling up plenty. We could have Assassin Chug Jug Graggy. Not really going to be the strongest, but it could be fun. There it is. Okay, we'll take it. It's really about economy heading into Krugs. We're already at 40. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, like, economy I get, but riddle me this, Krames. I mean, he had a shot with a pike in it. And, you know, we were talking about how Admiration kind of wanted a first here to push his way up the rankings, considering it's the last game. Why didn't he go for the high roll and pick the pike, maybe try and go towards that Kha'Zix 3, especially considering he's slammed the Assassin spat? It doesn't give him any other options, right?
Yeah, so obviously he already has 2 assassins, so picking up the pike at the cost of economy isn't really that valuable. I think he just makes the economy, and, you know, pike will come back. You know, you can find pike at any point. So getting the pike in for 3 assassins isn't a huge spike. I agree with his decision just to make economy. He definitely is playing that economy game. Obviously very rich right now. But definitely in a good spot to play Nocturne. Has the Assassin Spat. We've seen him play Fiddlesticks Assassin a lot. But yeah, definitely, you know, really valuing economy at the moment.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Getting up to 50 eco here as he, you know, fights through Krugs is going to be great, and you know, allows him to sort of start that rolling for the Nocturne a little bit quicker.
And look at that. We're at 3-1 and already has over 50. Able to push a level to get the 5. This is a super strong economic position here for Admiration. So we'll have to see how successful they are in the roll down towards perhaps it is a Nocturne with this Assassin Spat. I certainly would have thought so. And we'll have to see how that goes. You know, Escher yesterday rolled down 60 gold and didn't find a single Nocturne. So maybe the favor of the gods is upon Admiration. The favor of Mort.
Yeah, definitely a comfort pick for him, though. I think it was his most played comp yesterday, so he's very
Sure
comfortable.
was.
And I think in most of those games he was loose streaking, so he's very comfortable in this position. Yes, he's you know, a bit low on HP, but you know, 80 health is fine. And 50 gold, he's in a great spot. I think he's just going to play it slow, buy his time. Yeah, we'll have to see when he decides to really roll for those Nocturnes. Obviously, he doesn't have any yet. He is a little weak. I wouldn't expect him to roll too much here, but he might consider it, realizing that his Kha'Zix is kind of falling off. But I think he can survive 4 fights and really play towards that Nocturne at 4-1.
Yeah, he's got 76 health there. Still a little bit to work with, and still be able to guarantee himself a reasonable pick on the carousel and get those items on the Nocturne quick, smart. So, Rageblade, yeah, the only real slam here for Peanut. As we move across and have a look at him, just as I say that, Locket goes on. Yeah, interesting. Locket probably most seen, I would have thought, on Assassins in recent times, but he's happy to chuck it on the front line here.
Does provide some really great tank stats, especially mid-game when we're not looking at really, really bursty units coming through. So it's going to provide some survivability for his front line. That's a lot of damage down onto the Riven, and Udia almost falls, manages to get another shield off, and Leona will finish the job. So I really think Locket the difference there.
Quality
That's
slam.
a lot of Aurelia. That is a lot of Aurelia all at once.
Yeah,
Sure
Peanut has
is.
shown that he's really, you know, an aggressive player. He likes leveling early, and so it doesn't surprise me that, you know, he, like you said, we haven't seen too much Locket, but he's definitely the kind of player who would play this item, definitely an early game item. But yeah, like you said, he triple Aurelia shot. You mentioned earlier, Judge, that Aurelia was one of your favorite units. Definitely one of my favorite units. If you can get that early Aurelia too, has a Skirm as well, and a Sentinel with maybe Sentinel to come. You know, it's just such a solid unit.
Really is, and the Legionnaire bonus to boot as well. You've got a Riven in here that'll take advantage of that right now for the extra healing and the extra attack speed. I'm a little worried about this Yasuo on the right-hand side, right near Peanut. Going to be doing a lot of damage, carving through the team, and this Udyr has been stuck on this Gragas for so long, only now just moving through. It's giving Yasuo a lot of time.
But not enough to get through the Udyr. enough tank, just enough tank in the end for that. Okay, having a look at the carousel now. Plenty of people leveling. Actually, no, that's probably just the delayed notifications, isn't it? Peanut, second pick. Okay, grabs the glove. Where is he going with this, Crames?
That is a very good question. I thought maybe he'd pick up the Bloodthirster and flex into Aphelios and Kale like we've seen a lot today and yesterday, but I don't know, maybe thinking, trying to think what he would play with an Infinity Edge, so I can't really... Hodge plus Bloodthirster Rage Blade is an option. Finds the Jax, though. That is interesting. Already has the 3 skirms in. Could potentially replace this Udyr. This Udyr 2 was doing a good job last fight, but I can definitely see him swapping these items over. Interested to see, does he value... I think this may be a Hodge here. Looking forward to seeing how this board develops. But yeah, that early Jax, really strong, can provide him good direction. But like we have mentioned earlier that, Rageblade Jax isn't my favorite, but definitely a good item holder and a reasonable option.
Yeah, it's not too bad in the interim. He's not going to put it on anything for the moment. That's, okay. What does that say? He wants to keep the Jax and doesn't, want to commit that item to it? Is
really
what I'm taking
interesting.
from
I
that?
guess maybe waiting to see his Radiant item to really solidify his direction. That's a really interesting decision. He was on a 2 streak, and we did mention he does like to play aggressively. I know, I guess realizing that Chubby Bunny's just way too strong anyway, and he's going to lose, so might as well just try and keep his options open. Chubby is level 7 already, playing pretty strong on a win streak. As we come into the Radiant, I'm looking forward to seeing what his options are and what he decides to choose.
Okay, some nice options here. Less Bloodthirster, obviously amazing on Jax, but he's got some great utility items there as well. Dragon's Will and Frozen Heart of Gold. Okay, he goes the Bloodthirster. Considering he's got the Gwynsu's already, I think this just makes it, a fantastic transition. Probably wanting the Kale eventually, as she's able to probably make better use of this combination. But yeah, just having that early Jax option, kind of nice.
I like the IE potential slam here, and I think that lends us a couple of different directions. While unlikely, those 3 are actually really good items on a Draven. I don't think that'll be the play, given the units on the board, and playing, Forgotten or Legionnaires might not be what he wants. But nice items anyway. Jax will make good use of them. This is really good Aphelios and really good Akshan. Deathblade better, but IE still solid.
Is that what you were thinking, Krams?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to think, I'm trying to get into his brain, what's he trying to do? I don't quite see it yet, but I'm sure he has a plan. Like you said, Ashkan is a good option. Kale is not bad with these items either, so he does have to go away for that 66 health. He's still in a pretty good spot. Really interested to see what he does next turn. Does he play a bit... He is known as a bit more of an aggressive play. He might roll a little bit more, but I think if he wants to cat with these sort of items, going 8 might be the option. But I just can't see the board sustaining him at the moment. So he's in a really weird spot. And I think how he plays out the next few rounds will definitely dictate what his ideas are.
Now, just because I haven't spent enough time in TFT school, I know that...
Oh, my lord.
Oh, okay.
We'll get back to that in a second.
Who needs to go 8?
Surely, that's some serious direction there. Oh man. Okay, well let's just wait to see what he does with this board. But yeah, I was just gonna say, with a potential Kale option on the table, but obviously Akshan giving him some pause for thought now. How does the IE interaction work with the true damage coming through from Kale? Do you know, Krams? Is that increasing the amount of true damage, or does that just stay the same?
Well, it is true. I haven't seen Infinity Edge Kale before, to be honest. I haven't seen it. It's not something that a lot of people play. A lot of people do prefer that Rageblade, Bloodthirster sort of thing. Getting that sustain. Normally we see something like a Hodge or a Titan, something a bit more utility based. I haven't seen a lot of it. As we do see that Admiration did find the the Fiddlesticks and the Assassin Spat together. We know he likes that. And the Jax doing a good job. Deciding not to sell the Jax was a good option. Did that 7k damage, and we see the Stimmy, a lot of gold, a few components. Now, we talked about the loaded dice last game. He doesn't have any open items. He will get an open item at 4-3. I don't think he will take this loaded dice, but it is a reasonable option. Considering he decides to take it. Okay, I guess looking for more Nocturnes. Only finds the one, unfortunately. He definitely needs to roll and at least hit the pair. There is the pair, so he's a bit more stable. He also has an emblem that he can use, so that'll be interesting. Maybe something like a Revenant or another Assassin Spat to accelerate his power spike. There is the Revenant, so 4 Revenant now, 4 Assassin. Found the Nocturne 2 as well. Definitely in an okay spot. Looking forward to seeing how this board progresses.
Amazing items here with that Rascal's gloves on that Nidalee. Although she will need to make use of them. Runans and the Jeweled Gauntlet. Not going to be enough because that is a very big Assassin Fiddle. Rabadons and Frozen Heart. And this Nocturne with the Radiant RFC just gets to clap away sitting there at the back. Plenty of damage.
Man, Rapid Light Cannon is a sick item to pull on that Nocturne. Really allows it, frees it up while some of the other more useless, I would say, assassin units are just getting picked off and does that damage. We have had the ever-illuminating Tycoon come back to us with that question. So apparently Kale, her true damage won't crit without the Jeweled Gauntlet because her true damage is based off her attack damage and not how much she actually ends up hitting the unit. So there you go. Just a little morsel of knowledge.
A big fight here. As we've got Teemo's dad, who has quite a good Aphelios with that Rage Blade and Hodge, plus the Radiant Giant Slayer. Not going to be enough, though. That is a very strong Nocturne. And the Fiddle is going to keep doing Fiddle things. So, strong position here for Admiration. I think that mid-game board is pretty huge. Don't you, Grams?
Yeah, definitely. This is a very, very strong board. This lobby is really starting to tighten up as we see Admiration coming up to this carousel. His first pick. There is a few 3 spatulas, but I don't think he can really make any use for them. Decides to take the Fiddle. We'll make it. Obviously, that will be an item for Nocturne. I don't think he has a Fiddle 2 yet, so that a little bit of a double-edged sword there. Yeah, like you said, Admiration's in a really strong spot. Just got to find a way to cap his board. Obviously, he doesn't have too many Nocturnes, only has the 3 Nocturnes, so that Nocturne 3 power spike is a little far away, so he definitely needs to manage his economy and make good decisions here on out.
Can save this Fiddle because the Fiddle on board has 3 items. This Fiddle not needing to rush the BF can be kept because the Fiddle on board is going to have its items prioritized when we get that 2-star merge. So Admiration holding there and won't be rolling down for it yet. No need.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times. And now we're going to have a look at Escher, one of the players really on the cusp of taking this home. Remember, Arths, Escher, Peanut, and Chunga. Those top 4 who we're really looking at here. He's got Runan's Tempest on that Lucian 2 here. He's going to be pumping out plenty of damage with that Bloodthirster on top of it. You can see this the Assassin Fiddle there at the back, who usually does a lot of damage there, isn't enough to chew through that and counteract the healing. 16k on the Lucian. It's pretty damn good.
It really is, and I'm looking at this wondering if Lucian's going to stay the carry. If you get a Jax too, there's a Jax Cavalier with the pick of the Lucian items available.
I love putting the Cav Spat on Jax. We already talked about this once. Interesting. Okay, it's just going to prioritize the damage reduction properties there on the Galio. That also makes sense, especially when, Jax isn't the one doing the majority of your damage. I just like seeing him zoom around, basically. So, look, those top 4 players, they're all in a cluster right now. You can see Peanut, Escher, Chunga, and Arths about as close in life total as they are in points on the leaderboard.
Chubby Bunny copping a loss here, but still at the top. And I think this is great because, you know, we're watching Chubby trying to stay up there, but Gage's is the loss condition for Chubby because
Yep.
Gage is bottom of our standings, bottom of this lobby. If Gage just goes out, that removes Chubby's ability to make it into first place. So I think Chubby's praying that Gages goes on a win streak soon and starts eliminating those top four and after Escher, Peanut, and Chunga.
Yeah, and in that order as well. Like, the win condition for Chubby Bunny is that slim. Well, the Gargoyles is helping out. That's our Cav spat. So the Galio getting tankier and tankier. See, was that two people maybe, I think, with Rascal's gloves there that are going to be a little bit, at the whims of what that rolls. Escher now on level 8 is just hoping to find some extra pairs. You can see Galio there. He wants to upgrade that, the Rel and the Jax, and then maybe start looking for some more legendaries to replace.
Really such a bench that's filled with knights, ready for a conversion to make a knights-centric team comp happen. But Sentinel being the focus right now, it's working. Galio too, going to slam a redemption there for good measure, and that's going to provide a lot of healing for those frontline units throughout a fight.
Oof. Lucian's ultimate gets interrupted. The Vel'Koz does not. And that means we see a lot of Escher's frontline going down quicker than Gage's here. So, nice ult there. And he's actually going to win this out, I think. And Gage is not quite eliminated. So Chubby Bunny has the slimmest of hopes to hold on to.
Shroud going to be a great item here. Able to put that on someone like the Senna or the Rakan, that at the moment Escher's moving around the board and is pretty flexible with placement. So looking for the Jax 2 still, it feels like. Going to sell the Garen, moving away from a 6 knight potential. I think that's smart, really focusing on the Sentinels and what Escher has in play already.
Yeah, definitely in a really good spot, and the leaderboard's really holding up. A lot of our top players who can win is sort of stuck, between that 2nd and 5th place. So interested to see how that goes. But yeah, he has a lot of pairs here. Kind of annoying for him. He has the Rel pair, Nort pair, Jax pair. Those will all help him cap. As we see Chunga going to his comfort, playing that Vel'Koz. He has 5 Vel'Koz already. With that Radiant Giant Sleep. But unfortunately, Escher is just completely lined up. Can Lucian heal through this? Nowhere near enough. This is going to be a big loss. It's 4 or 5 units. Quite a lot of damage, but unfortunately it just wasn't on the correct side. And yeah, we see a lot of comfort picks coming out here. Admiration with his assassins. We see Chunga bringing his Vel'Koz out again. As we see Gage. Is Gage just going to die here? Peanut, too strong. First one out. So unfortunately, I don't think Chubby can make it mathematically. A little unfortunate for him. So we see Escher getting a sword and a glove here. So Infinity Edge, not the greatest item. Not sure where that goes. I guess you can just put that on Jax. It's the Jax too, so that's a reasonable pickup. Needs to find the Rel 2 as well. Needs to develop this front line. He's going to keep rolling. Has 2 Aphelios. Could be an option, but no, he sells it completely. Yeah, this board, I'm just trying to think, how does this board get stronger? I feel like he's almost capped. Just got to find these pairs. And there's no way he can go 9, so it'd be interesting to see if he can use this to win the lobby.
I mean, it's a board with some strong units in it, and it might just be like, waiting for those extra items to chuck on your Rel or your Jax to create some extra offensive or defensive carries. I mean, the Lucian's certainly doing his job right now. As you can see, just getting a little bit too much damage from the opposing Lucian and barely staying alive. The Akshan versus 3. Redemption doing nicely there for the Galio, and it's actually going to be enough. Wow, Redemption, nice item for Escher to end stage 4 on there and really making a big difference.
That heal just came through so clutch, not only for the Galio itself, but for that Aurelia to stay in the fight, be able to deal extra damage. So really great stuff. Over with Peanut, who's going to pick up this Titans And that looks to be going on, hopefully, a Galio, I'd say. Just having a quick look at Peanut's board. We'll see in a moment. But that makes them... Oh, no, could go on Lucian. And that could be really nice as well for that stacking damage and the tank stats. So, going to be getting the Blessing. In addition, gets 2 components. And that's a Hodge.
Nice. Yeah, so... I mean, yeah, Hodge... Also a great item on Lucian. So, kind of interesting that he went that way with it. Probably could have gone either or, but now he's just looking to upgrade some extras, gets the Senatsu. All right, guys, Teemo's dad is out. Gauges is out. Those two are in the bottom couple anyway, not going to affect the top standings all that much. Arfs, however, is on 10 life. He's the top player right now. He does not want to be going out in 6th spot.
This fight's interesting between Escher and Peanut as we've got Lucian v Lucian, and my lord, Escher's comp so much stronger. We've seen a pivot here. Escher's actually got a Bloodthirster on the Jax now as well, in addition to that IE we saw put on there earlier. Has that very strong Lucian in the back, so not looking to pivot those items. We get the Jax 2 here for Peanut, still holding on to these Rels.
He likes the Night buff. Not willing to give it up for the extra shields that Rel affords. Arfs did take a loss that fight, but he's still holding on 1 life. If he goes down here, he can't win because there are 2 players below him, both 1 point behind. So one of them would have to get at least 2 points more than him, I believe. So if Arfs is out in 6, that's it for him today. And as we said, kind of coming into this, right, it very well may come down to just who wins.
Indeed it might. We see Lucian gets interrupted with the culling, not going to live to get another one out. And Peanut's now out! And that could be the, I think that is the coffin for Peanut, who was sitting so nicely in the leaderboard there, but doesn't make it into the top 4 for contention. And as we said, really, first place is what matters here for those top 4 in the ladder on the leaderboards right now. Coming up to Dragon, and this is really good for Escher, to be honest, having this Banshee's Claw. Going to be able to slap that right next to Lucian, put Jax right next to it as well, and have some safe units, safe from 1 CC.
Yeah, it's a pretty top-tier item to pick up on your neutrals there. This game feels like it's really going to come down to, you know, who has that capped out board. Escher pinging the 6 Vel'Kozes on the board there, understanding that, you know, that level 3 Vel'Koz could be the win condition that takes him down. He looks a little bit worried about that. Graham's having a look at the scouting going on there. What are you thinking? Who do you think has the board that will cap out and take the dub?
Chung is really starting to get going. He does have a lot of Vel'Koz waiting for Arfs to go out. If Arfs can get knocked out in this stage, that'll go a long way for Chunga to find that 3-star Vel'Koz. If he finds that 3-cost Vel'Koz, he will win the lobby, you would think. Unfortunately, Escher's on the wrong side here. Looks like the Lucian actually lives, though. Okay, we have a game. Everyone's so low right now. This lobby's so close. Seems like everyone's beating everyone at the moment. Chunga takes a loss. Arfs is still alive with that 1 HP in a dream, so I can't call a winner from here. What do you think,
Lucian
Judge?
only just survived then too, and it's because the volley bear jump was negated by Banshee's Claw with the bubble, and then because of the sheer damage that Lucian was able to output by not being interrupted with that culling, Bloodthirster clutched it.
Okay.
It was very close.
We just saw Admiration's board there. We had a scout. He's hit the knock 3. Not only does he have that, he has 6 assassins and 5 revenants. 2 chromatic traits in at the same time. I mean, players have struggled to get to that Nocturne 3, but once they have, it has been quite strong. You know, plus the Revenant 5. This is a hell of a board there for Admiration. So it looks like there's a couple of different ways this game could still go. Arfs is out. Chunga is out. That means out of our top 4, Escher's the only one still alive. This might be Escher's game.
This could very well be Escher the Worlds. He needs, I think I think he loses the tiebreaker, so he needs to jump one ahead. I believe he needs at least a second here to secure it. I'll have to get the mathematicians on that one, but yeah, he needs to keep fighting, keep positioning well. He's in a great spot. Got a position around that Nocturne, like you mentioned. But yeah, this leaderboard is insane.
I think Escher's got this because Escher, prior to this, was 4 points ahead of Chubby. So it could be close. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. But regardless, this is big because here's Admiration and could put a big dent in Escher's HP. That Nocturne is scary on the back line, and we've still got that very, very strong Fiddle. Great positioning out of the Lucian here on the side to try and color cross. But there it goes.
Oh, this is going to make it...
finishes in third. It's going to come down to number crunching.
Oh, this is going to make it so close. Chubby Bunny and Admiration, sure, they're not fighting for the win here, but they're trying to determine who goes out. Escher looks like he's trying to work it out as well. Yeah, wow. I think we're just going to have to wait and see what happens with this one. We're going into stage 6-5. There's still a couple of lives left for Chubby Bunny. You know, we said he had to take the win to take this out, and unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be quite enough for him, but it's certainly going to push him up the leaderboard a little bit. So, Admiration is hella capped board. 5 Revenants. I mean, how much percent healing does that do when you resurrect? I can't even remember.
So strong. Definitely a comfort pick. Look at this crazy Fiddle as well. It's going to be really hard to deal with this board. 5 Revenant as well. This might just be the game. Although Chubby is on 26 health, so maybe can find a way. Positioning is really important. But look at that Fiddle damage in the middle. Absolutely tearing apart. Ashkin's still alive, though. Can he kill it? It's kind of dancing away from him too much, but he does manage to do it. 4k damage from that Fiddle. All right, we're getting to the end of it. It's really, really close. Finds the volley as well, so if you can hit this volley too, that'd be a huge win.
Well, with this final matchup coming down here, Chubby Bunny versus Admiration, and then we will reveal who has taken it out, who is going to be representing us as once again OCE takes on the world.
Yeah, we have
potentially our final fight.
Yes, could be the final fight. Obviously, there's still a lot of HP though, 15 and 12, but yeah, this board from Admiration's looking really, really nice. Has the 5 Revenant, have the 6 Assassin. It looks really nice on the left-hand side there, but the Fiddle is just too much, just tearing apart the entire team. Ashkin does go down, so it looks like this might be enough. This will be A+5. That is enough. So Admiration winning the final lobby of the tournament, doing a bit of a dance as well. Very well played by Admiration.
Okay, guys, we are about to reveal who is going to be the champion for OCE TFT. Who's taken out the regional finals? Can we get a drum roll, please? It's Escher with the 3rd place in that final game, beating out his compatriots. Escher is going to be taking on the world. They said he couldn't do it. But here we
Escher
are.
just had such a hard run to make it here. Came into yesterday with the worst possible tiebreaker. Okay, was 16th to make the top 16. Only just qualified to make it through to top 8 with that final game getting a double KO in the final fight off the back of the second to last fight being saved by a cruel Teemo. And now Escher takes this out. Absolutely insane. Has played out of his mind. And to be able to secure it even with a 3rd place in this final game today, just absolutely well done.
This is beautiful. You see it, the sigh of relief. I love the player cam. Escher crying tears of joy right now. After he sees those confirmed scores, sees that he is the standout, the standalone winner of the Teamfight Tactics Regional Finals for OCE. All right, let's have a look at the final. We're having a look at some of these. You can kind of see the spreadsheet we use behind the scenes there. If you want a sneak preview of those final scores before we get them up on screen for you guys. I mean, for me, you know, I just love the way Escher could pivot and just play these unusual comps that we weren't seeing other people play. But, you know, what do you guys love about his play, and what do you guys hope to see when he gets to go, well, not overseas physically, but, you know, through the interwebs, Crims? What about you?
Yeah, you talked about it through the broadcast, his ability just to think laterally and see lines that we just don't see. And, you know, people talk about him, you know, being a bit of a meme and underestimating, but you can see how much it means to him. Crying, you know,
Yeah.
it definitely means a lot to him. I think he's a worthy winner, and I think he's going to do really well at the upcoming World Championship.
How about you, Judge?
Look, Raza mentioned it, and I felt it as well, that this was the dark horse of the competition. That while we had Chunga marked as a favorite, absolutely had the potential, this was the dark horse that could really just take it over and pull it through. And we've seen it happen. So props to Raza as well for the mad insights. I was feeling that way, but you know, it's just amazing to see. And I think this is ultimately an outcome we're all unsurprised with.
Okay, let's have a look at the final standings here. We know that Escher has taken it out. It was Arfs falling just behind him. Then look at those final scores, just as close as they were after Game 5. And an amazing effort by all 8 of these players to make it through to our finals here and grab some cash to walk away with. But that real prize there, the thing all of these players were fighting for, not only the pride of being, you know, OCE's pride, as it were, but of being the champion and then going on to the next stage. So Escher up there on 33 points to finish it off. Only one first, interestingly, but, you know, quite consistent. I do believe soonish we will be actually chatting to the man of the hour himself.
You know, it's all about the inspirational videos. It's all about, you know, getting those Dragon Ball Z remixes on. It's that power infused into Escher that was absolutely unbelievable.
Okay.
I want to intro our amazing champion, Escher, just talking about how you've been infused with Dragon Ball Z mashups and inspirational speeches. Is it great to know that all that prep work you were doing has come to fruition?
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that? My sub sound isn't turned up. I can't hear anything. All I hear is, what are you doing, bro?
Too many people subbing to the man. Understandable.
Escher, what's it feel like knowing that all of those inspirational videos and DBZ mashups you were listening to have paid off?
First of all, I'd like to say it's just thanks to that's the power of anime, you know. That's a music diff. It's a music diff. Like, Goku got me hyped up. You know, I don't know. Like, with my chat hyping me up as well, the music also makes it even better. Yeah, the music really does help before a game.
I mean, we can see just how much all of this means to you. I mean, even just over the last couple of days, you know, every time you lost or won a cruel 1v1, there was that time you came back from a scouting and saw that Galio had beaten you. The reactions were fantastic, but the one that really took the cake was seeing the tears of joy we just saw there, Escher. So who were you talking to on the phone, you know, and what were you saying to them?
Oh, so basically, I was talking to my mom, right? And basically, she doesn't really know what game I play. She doesn't really know what I do for a living. She just knows that I scream in front of my computer screen every day, and I'm really loud at night. She tells me to shut up. So she called me telling me to shut up because I was too loud. Because I was screaming. I was so happy. And then I told her, like, oh, I won the championships. And it was just like, she just said, well done. Like, do you get like a certificate or anything? And I was just like, what do you mean? I just came first. Like, can't you be any more proud? And she was like, I don't know. It's just Asian parenting. Like, nothing is good enough, you know? Even first is not good enough. Even an A+ is just not good enough. So she was like, what, you want a medal? And then I was like, Let me at least scream, be loud for like I don't know, 5 minutes to celebrate my victory, and then she ended the call.
Okay, well, oh man, I this is a plea to Mort Dog. You know, we found our OCE representative here. Maybe you could I don't know, like sign a certificate and send it to Escher so that he can prove to his mum that, you know, being the champion of OCE is all it's cracked up to be. That's an incredible story.
Actually, I do
Guys,
have a question for you, my friend.
Yep.
I was watching some of your point of view yesterday while I wasn't on broadcast. Do you have to really hide that PayPal transaction for your player luck count changing thanks to Mork? Because thanks to
Whoa.
Mort, I saw that screenshot.
Whoa. I never asked for it. Mort came to me himself. He really wanted me to represent OCE, so I mean, I just accepted it, you know. I can't do anything that he does to my account, right? It's not like I can tell him, "Oh, don't like, you know, unrig my account." Like, you know, it's just a friendly gesture that I accepted his you know, his blessing.
We all have to take what Mort grants us. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's really bad hands and getting a static shiv from Dragon, but you, my friend, have made the most of it, so well done.
Thank you.
Look, you know, you're going to have to take on the world now, Escher.
Yep.
You've done with OCE. You've shown you are the champ here in set 5, but there's a bigger boss ahead of you. So what are you going to do to make sure that you put OCE on the pedestal this time?
Well, to be honest, I was kind of looking forward to just taking a break from the set. I didn't really want to play anymore, but because honestly, going into this tournament, I thought I was gonna top 8 and just get out. You know, just pivot to like playing variety games, have fun for the rest. Like take the break from TFT. Because honestly, I had 0% I had 0% faith that I'd make it. Because there was one slot. I feel like that's really like hard to play for because it's 6 games, 12 games in total. You just have to high roll, first player wins. So I thought it was impossible. So I was just, you know, getting ready. I was about to do a subathon in October and just stream games like besides TFT. But now that I have to, you know, hard sweat TFT, I'll probably just I don't know, just play every day. Um, just study more with NA players. But yeah, I'll probably just boot camp NA again, try get rank 1, to prepare for the entire world.
Well, look, mate, we've got every confidence in you. Maybe just one last question. You know, the thing we really loved was just the crazy pivots we saw. That, you know, you can see these amazing switches. I can't see what's going on your screen right now, but you know, these crazy switches that you make. Like, how do you come up with that stuff? Because it seems to be winning you games.
Oh, so that swap trick I actually found from I don't know who it was. I was watching like a streamer, and then I think they briefly explained it. And to be honest, like I don't really sweat TFT. Like I play for fun, but then I started to take it seriously before the regionals, and I found out that you can literally just bind 2 keys. You can bind 2 keys onto deploy and undeploy, and then you can instantly swap to the other side. So I found out how to do it, and I think it was Jigglypuff King. He didn't like start it, but he taught me how to do it. He got into my client. He was like, you just put both buttons on deploy, and since then I've just been doing that on purpose, just so it's like to look cool in solo queue. And then everyone asks me like when I'm streaming, like I'm playing games. Everyone asks me like, "Yo, Escher, how'd you do that? Like that's crazy." And then you know I have to explain. I've explained it like 100 times. I've got a command in my chat actually, which is !side switch, which just means, you know, just like bind it to 2 sides. But if you guys really want to know, I was planning on making a YouTube video on how to do it. If you guys want to watch that, so I don't have to you know, every time I do it, I don't have to explain how to do it every single time.
Yeah, no. What I was trying to say there was like you make crazy like switches in terms of like, you know, your compositions and units, not like necessarily from you know, the one side of the board to the other, because there was some amazing you know, switches there. You know, finding different carries as you went through the game to be able to eke out those wins.
Escher, how are you so good at
basically? Yeah.
A thing that, not just that, but it was a line that Kareems was saying a lot in, that's not a line we saw. That's not, you all of a sudden have grabbed a unit from the shop and have changed out units on the board. All of a sudden there's Sentinel in here and we've got 4 Knight when we had Brawlers. Like, your ability to pivot and see a different composition and changing, 5 units all at once is going to be the play. How do you have that foresight? How do you have that intimate knowledge of what position you are in and what units are available to you?
Oh, that just comes from watching streamers, honestly, because certain streamers are like, they tend to play the same comp a lot over and over again, especially Soju, Kiyun. I watch, like, to be honest, I'm just chilling in that chat, like, just like talking smack, like saying, "Oh, the stream is boring." But honestly, like, I'm listening to like what they say about the comp, and I like kind of like get a like a slight look at what they're playing. And then when I look at their roll downs, you kind of see like how they pivot from like a certain spot. And I realized after watching the NA regionals, I've actually been watching all the regionals from every region. I've noticed that NA plays a lot of 4 Knights and a lot of like, they tend to like pivot a lot between 4 Knights, Revenants as the front line. And I think that just comes with like watching it over and over again. And then I just play the same thing. And then that pivoting just naturally comes to you the more you play.
Yeah, well, you did it amazingly today. Like, just before we let you go and enjoy this victory, is there any shout outs you want to make? Anyone to thank after this incredible victory?
Okay, so after day 1 of this tourney, I kindly got well, not backseated. I got VOD reviewed with I had a VOD review with Razza and Dawnglade. They're 2 players that unfortunately fell out of the tournament earlier. And I was really, really grateful for that. I learned a lot through that. I'd like to shout out my boys in the chat from OCE and NA and everywhere around the world. I'd like to shout out all my friends, my IRL friends that don't even play TFT, honestly. Like, I really, really am grateful for my friends IRL that really don't like TFT. They tell me every day how much the game sucks. I ask them if I want to coach, like, they ask me if I want to coach them. And I just say, like, I will, but, like, are you going to play the game? But, like, they just say, nah, the game sucks after playing, like, once or twice. But still, they've got my back. And thanks to my mom for yelling at me every time I start yelling, telling me to quiet down. That way, like, I learn not to tilt when playing TFT. And shout out to my dogs, honestly. Like, these dogs are always watching me, every single stream, supporting me. And they just sit there, just cheering me on. And I'm really grateful for that.
Yep.
I did say that you had Beagle buff at one point, so I'm glad to see that it's pulled through for you, Asher. You've done really well.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Asher.
Thank you so much.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gents. That is it from us. It's been a wonderful pleasure to bring you this tournament presented by Order and Riot, of course, closing out OCE's representation in Set 5 until we get to Worlds. So, look, any closing thoughts, gentlemen? Judge?
Learn how to pivot, learn what lines there are and how to move on to them, and maybe the rest of the world has a shot at beating Asher.
Yeah, Asher's definitely a worthy winner. I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes at Worlds. I think everyone will get behind him. I'll review anything he needs, so looking forward to seeing how he goes.
It seems like it would have been a tragic waste if he had taken that break that he was planning on, so I'm so glad we'll get to see him play some more games at Worlds. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I'm sure we'll be back next set with some great TFT actions. Please tune into World and support our boy as he goes on to try and finally get OCE on the podium. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.